There is never one. Yes. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. How we doing? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to a buzzing Ted HQ. You know how it is. My name's Nick Oss, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. Welcome to his own Ted HQ, aka RAF Coningsby. Some spoon action. Welcome to the show, welcome to the home of the Typhoon FGR4 and with the Battle of Britain Memorial Flights aircraft as well. Yeah. So we're treated today with 07 in use. Whether you prefer that or not, it makes a nice change. It was very prominent for today for 07 as the wind was blowing quite nicely with a little cool breeze from the east. Here we go. Typhoon, powered by two EJ200 engines, smashing out just over 20,000 pounds of thrust each with reheat. And with the Typhoon's light airframe and clever computing system, it has a phenomenal power to rate or thrust to weight ratio. From brakes released in just 8 seconds, it can pull back 50-60 degree into a vertical climb, and 22 seconds later it is capable of going supersonic, so it can accelerate on a climb vertically. Very similar performance to our beloved 1960s English Electric Lightning. It's all about the thrust to weight ratio. The Typhoon's empty weight is around 24,000 pounds, with a combined power thrust at 40,000 pounds. With reheat, you've only got to do the maths. Fully loaded, fully fueled, it's still got a 1:1 thrust to weight ratio. That is amazing. There's only about 15, that's 15%, that's actually metal. Of the Typhoon's composition, which gives it a very good radar cross-section. Welcome to RAF Coningsby. So the Typhoon isn't naturally a stealth fighter, but with a main airframe at 82% carbon composite, got very clever systems to deflect radar waves. It's got a cross section of about 50 centimeters squared. So, markings of 29 Squadron. Oh yeah. Nicknamed the Buzzards. 29 Squadron is the operational conversion unit, which train our junior pilots on the Typhoon. So once they've completed their advanced flying training, got their wings at Bali, they come here if they are to fly the Typhoon. ladies, gents and teddy bears. Our alarms are now dying in agony. As I haven't been here for a while, I've just forgot how loud these Typhoons actually are. Because they are loud. How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Be right back. Phil, how you doing, man? You're right, buddy. Yeah, nice to see you. How's it going? All right. Oh yeah, very good start. How are we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Just catching up with good friends and seeing how we're all doing. Hope we're good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator and a historian. My hair's got a little bit wild here. I'll have to sort that out. I think it was a little bit breezy. There we go. There we go. We're all right now. Oh, wow. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. That was a good start. There's still another Typhoon spooling and hoping to bring you more action like that later on as well. So a good first wave. We do have a Typhoon that's spooling. For those that are new, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel live here at TED HQ, and I hope we're all good and well. And I hope you enjoyed Mildenhall as well. And we'll give you all the lowdown of the history. We'll talk about the Typhoon and we'll go from there, shall we? So we'll give you a little tour of the Typhoon as well for those that are new. For those that are new to the Typhoon and what it does and how advanced it is for its time. I mean, the concept of one of these was even started out with the Messerschmitt company along with a joint countries to put in a proposal for something like this way in the late 70s, and of course its first flight in 1994 it developed into something fantastic and beautiful, even upgrades in its block or tranche as we call it, and even from getting rid of, believe it or not, in the diagnostics computer system, getting rid of the touch screen, because of course in this country we're usually quite wet. Usually a wet country here, so the keypad, the touchscreen didn't really work very well, so Tranche 2 got rid of that. All these little things that you may not know, you're in good hands. You're in the Ted Coningsby channel. We'll have a quick tour of the Typhoon here. Let's see what we've got. Well, we've got one spooling there on the main ASP. So you've got the inside the radome. We're going to work our way to the back, but so we've got inside the radome. Of course, there are upgrades every now and again inside here. The ECR Marconi, as it started with the Mark 1, would be able to lock onto targets 160 kilometers away and 300 kilometers away for larger aircraft. which is quite spectacular if you think about it. Now the whole airframe of the aircraft is 85% of it is carbon composite, so a posh way of saying plastic in a way. This is acrylic canopy as well. Let's bring it over a little bit. There we go, I can show you then. So yeah, you got left wing made in Italy, the right wing made in Spain. Now the center section of the fuselage, this bit here, made in Germany. And the front cockpit section made in Britain, and the 4 planes as well. We'll talk to you about that. Oi, oi. And then at the back you've got components from Italy and Britain with Leonardo and Rolls-Royce, of course with the EJ200 engines as well in there and all that kind of stuff. So let's have a little look what we've got here now. Oi, oi. Okay, so let's have a little look what we got. So the Typhoon, as you can see, is a delta wing 4-plane configuration. Now the 4 planes, they work simultaneously, they don't work individually. All right, these move together. They can be used for pitch, angle of attack, and also as a speed brake as well. Now underneath the radome are 4 tiny sort of triangular bits of metal. You can see them sometimes parked up with 2 red covers, almost makes up a smiley face. These are really important because the Typhoon is technically aerodynamically unstable. These are called the ADPs, the aircraft data pitos. These, each 4, because there's 4 main computers on the Typhoon, to actually do all the hard work and just keep this airborne so the pilot can just do combat stuff. So each one moves and sends all that data, each one to each computer. So line 1, 2, 3 and 4. Acrylic canopy, as we said. As we move on to the intakes, now the intakes are quite a clever system because they are shaped like a letter S. If you look dead ahead inside the Typhoon, you'll notice you won't be able to see the fan itself and the compressor blades. Why? Well, it's a clever sort of stealth system. Just quickly, the Typhoon isn't naturally stealthy, but it does have stealth attributes. Like I said, low metal, 85%, which combined with the S-duct intakes, because technically having your intakes underneath actually increases your radar section, cross-section. But there is a way that you can manage this, which I'll explain. The S-duct actually hides the heat and hides the compressor blades so that the radars can't pick it up if they're heat-seeking radars, okay? So if they're looking for heat generated by the front stages of the compressor blades, won't be able to see it because the engine sits up. So it's like a letter S, like that. Or this side better, to give you a better letter S, like that. That's called an S-duct system. It's not unique to the Typhoon, but it has this feature. Also, there are variable cowlings on the intakes to control how much air, because of course you need air, a fuel mixture and a bang to make thrust, to make the aircraft go forward, right? But you can actually control that. You look at a Typhoon parked up, these cowlings are fully lowered, all right, and when it's starting to take off and get higher speeds, it starts to speed up. Now you're probably wondering what this scoop is here. Now this is for the boundary layer. Now I've talked to you about this on many times, about the boundary layer and what it is. Air is fluid, air will stick. This creates drag. Now this is kind of like a splitter bridge for the boundary layer. Now I've showed you before where I got my flask and poured water. Now you'd normally think the water will just run off the edges, but it doesn't. It sticks to the surface of the flask. This creates drag. This creates a different pressure. Now if you remember wings and airfoil, the pressure difference here is trying to push it up. You're going to get this reaction here. You're going to get a low, and if it didn't have this scoop, you're going to get a low and a high pressure amount of air. You're going to get draggy air and a high pressure air running down the tubes down here, which make contact with the compressor blades. Now I've got if I can find you a photo of what that looks like. Oh, here we go. It's not the best in the world, but you'll get the idea. Is that going to be all right? Can you see that? So if you didn't have that splitter bridge, the air sticks. So you're going to get low pressure and drag. And this air will damage, it could damage your turbofan, could damage your compressor blades. So what you do, you put a little splitter bridge in there, a diverter, which diverts that drag, that boundary layer. It stops it from happening. So what you've got constant same pressure amount of air. Now over here, this is the Eurofighter Pirate, the IRST. It's an infrared system. It appears black and it's on the port side of the aircraft. I might have to get a little felt tip pen and draw that. It's this bit here that sticks out, almost like a CCTV camera. Now the pilot can actually use that for situations for thermal, heat seeking. In fact, for those that live in Peterborough that have watched Crime Stoppers and Crime Watch, if you've been watching the police helicopter go into that night vision mode in the infrared, it kind of looks like a scene from Peterborough from there as well. So as we move to the back of the Typhoon, the fuselage contains about 30 kilometers of cable. Just when you thought your cables were bad behind your PC and TV, try having 30 kilometers. Now they're not your usual wires and cables. They are specially insulated for G's and all that kind of stuff. So very different to what we have. So before I go into details of the rest of it, this bit here, this sort of exhaust, that's the RAM heat exchanger just here, the RAM heat exchanger air intake. It's to cool down the Typhoon's engines when it's had excess amount of reheat. So reheat is the same as afterburner. It's an English RAF term as opposed to afterburner, which is more of a US, United States Air Force term. But either will do. Sometimes I say burners anyway. But because we're here at RAF station, it'll be that. So it kicks in automatically. So in a Typhoon display, this would start kicking in and try its best to cool down the Typhoon engines. On the back, you've almost got like a nib, not on here though, but it's a little radar that sticks out. It's a missile alert warning for the pilots as well. It's a defensive system as well. You'll notice the Typhoon's fuselage bulges out. Again, it's to create less drag. On the earlier prototypes, it didn't have this, especially with Delta wings, it would do that. So yeah, the Typhoon engines are the Eurojet EJ200 engines. Now they smash out 20,000 pounds of thrust each with reheat. I think it's about sort of 13 to 15,000 dry, without the afterburners there. Compresses air 26 times. It's an 8-stage compressor system. So you've got a 3-stage low pressure, which starts to generate and start to squeeze the air a little bit or compress it. And then the final 5 high pressure compressor blades and compressor systems compress the air to 26 times. So if it was this much, we squash it down to 26 times. This makes fighter jets more economical, and compressed air is a lot more combustible. You've only got to think of scuba divers' oxygen tanks. There's actually a lot more air than what appears to be, because it's almost like those adverts. Hi, come and have my orange juice. There's about 5 million oranges in this 1 litre carton. But yeah, that's the same principle. Compressed air is a lot more combustible, okay, because it's basically been squeezed, compressed. You've only got to think of Paul Veruca from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory when she got squished. What else can we talk about? We got here, this is the, where are we, the right wing. This here, that's a pylon for the decoy pylon. It's basically a radar connected to almost like a lanyard. Don't do what I did and think that it was an inflatable Typhoon, because on an enemy radar it looked like a Typhoon is over there rather than the real thing. You've also got chaff dispenser here, so for aircraft that are not heat-seeking, for missiles, sorry, that are not heat-seeking. In a defense, you can use chaff. For heat-seeking, under here, you've got flare dispensers here. All right, there are 13 hard points in total, 6, and 1 in the middle for 1 central drop tank. So one of these over. So you can actually put like 5 ordnance plus a drop tank on each wing. All right, so that's pretty cool, isn't it? Awesome stuff. Over here, You can have your AMRAM. Here, this little intake, there's a tiny little intake. I think, if I remember correctly, that is to cool down the instruments as well. There's a tiny little intake here. What else we got to tell you on here as well? There is an onboard ladder on the Typhoon. In fact, the F-35 has one as well. You'll notice the marking 17 Squadron. They were the first to bring the Typhoon here and use it operationally, and that was on the 19th of May 2005. Now, I haven't done too bad considering I haven't been here for a couple of weeks, and there you go, off the top of my head. And yeah, it's available with optional blue tack if you want it. The Typhoon's engines are amazing. It's got a self restart should there be a flame out. It will actually do it. It'll actually restart itself. Let's put all I said into practice. Here we go.
Here we go.
Beautiful. Oi, oi. I hope you're all good and enjoying the show, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. The one and only channel to bring you exclusive content with history and how things work as well for those that are new. Now the car park is full. If you are struggling to get in the car park, there is a car park in the town. It's £2 for the whole day, which is a bargain. Now to get to here, it is a 20-minute walk, and enjoy. You can also take a tour on the BBMF hangar tour if it's open today, and there's a museum that you'll go past. I'd say that was about 10 minutes from the town, and then 10 minutes to get to here, so you can always break up the journey. There are no toilet facilities here at this car park and the Spotters car park, but there are toilets in the car park in the town as well, with lots of local shops as well to enjoy, to get some snacks. But this is the official viewing area. There's plenty of bins provided, plus a burger van as well from Steve. Oi, Steve, how you doing? Hope you're all good.
You can't inside a car.
Yeah, come out. Just open the door.
I went from wrong route to the car park.
Very warm welcome to everyone that's tuned in. Davey, Karen, Margot, Simon. How's it all going, everyone? Hope you're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Oh, is it gone all? Is it gone? I have to get the old baseball hat out. See ya!
See ya!
See ya, man! How you doing? All right? Just give me 1 second.
We wanted to see Ted. You're watching the stream, it's like, oh, I want to see Ted. See, like, look. He's Ted goes and plays. He's gone. Yeah, he flies a plane. Yeah.
Put it at one, first look.
That's what Ted is.
Alright.
Yeah, come and stand on top of the roof and sit down the straight through it. Air conditioning and not.
1 sec, all right.
It's all right.
Just updating something. How you doing? All right, kiddo? How's it going? All right? You good? You all right? Touch. Yeah, that one. That'll do. You all right? Yeah.
Yeah, not too bad.
Good.
You want to see Ted?
Ted, yeah, sure.
There you go. There he is.
That's it, look.
See?
Oh, that smile was priceless, bless him. Oh, nice one.
Should we go back to the car? Come on, mate. Cheers, Nico.
Ah, right. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Let's give you a little rundown of what we've got here at Coningsby. We'll talk to you a little bit about the history later on when they've come back, because you know how it goes with history. I'll talk about the history, and then planes will come, which is really good when all aircraft have come back. So yes, without going into the whole history of the base, it was 1940 that the base was finally built, and it was 1941 that the very first residents in February of 1941 arrived, and it was 106 Squadron that arrived with the Handley Page Hamdens. But I'm going to go into the more Coningsby history later, but what I want to do is give you a rundown of the squadrons that are here. So we've got 29 Squadron, and I'll talk to you about them in just a moment, of what they do, how they do things, but really it's all about learning at 29 Squadron, the Operational Conversion Unit, OCU. In World War II we were calling OCUs, OTUs, HGCUs, and heavy conversion units, heavy glider conversion units, and operational training units. They were considered probably the most dangerous units to be in, because if you've got to think about the age that I was just speaking earlier to, of these young men training, and the technology that they were exposed to at that time of what we have today, we're looking at about 5,000 men lives were lost in just training of Bomber Command, just training. Think about that number of the 55,573. It's a colossal amount of loss. But Operational Conversion Unit number 29 is here at Coningsby, and they arrived as well in May 2005 here at Coningsby. And at Leeming, this is the thing, at RAF Leeming, they have number 11 Squadron, which is the Qatari Emiri Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. That's like RAF Valley to the Qatari Emiri Air Force. So Qatari Emiri Air Force will have RAF Leeming as their valley. Our Royal Air Force and Royal Navy pilots, they train at RAF Valley. And what I did find out is that pilots that get their wings and fully qualify on fast jet at RAF Leeming of the Qatari Emiri Air Force actually come here to 29 before they go to 12. That's what I found out, which is pretty amazing. For the likes of RAF Valley, those that pass their advanced flying training on the Hawk T2, if their career path is the Typhoon, they will come here and fly with an operational conversion unit. So all pilots, once they get their wings, the advanced flying training, they will then go to an operational conversion unit. So for example, 24 Squadron, that's for the heavies, A400s, and the C-17s at RAF Bryce Norton. If it's for the F-35B, it's 207 Squadron. If it's for the Wedgetail and the P-8, that's 42 Squadron. Actually a torpedo bomber squadron to be exact, but they are again an OCU as well. So there are plenty of OCUs from the Chinook OCUs as well. So each aircraft has an OCU, but in World War II there were various OTUs. It wasn't just one unit does one aircraft, there were lots of units doing the same aircraft, if that makes sense. So there were various OTUs for the Wellington, and that's the way it would be then. So 29 Squadron, they actually formed in 1915 at Gosport. They were first flying the BE-2C. So they're the operational conversion unit. Now, Coningsby's oldest squadron is number 3 Squadron, one of the original from number 2 aeroplane company, I think, formed at Larkhill near Stonehenge. Now, they're considered to be the first to fly heavier than air aircraft, hence having the cockatrice as their motto, their mascot. Now, the cockatrice is a mythological character. Why use that, and why the Stonehenge monolith? Here it is, because Lark Hill, where they were formed, is near the Stonehenge aerodrome. All right, that's the connection. So what looks like a 3 in Roman numerals is actually a play on Stonehenge. All right, there you go. That's because they flew heavier than their aircraft. So with that, why the cockatrice? Because apparently in mythology, the cockatrice was the first to fly heavier than aircraft. Was the first to fly in mythology. Probably was the first to fly heavier than air aircraft, being itself. However, I still think Pegasus might have something to say about that. But the thing is, there were no witnesses to take that to court because the cockatrice turns everything to stone. So there were no witnesses to Pegasus's argument. But anyway, there we go. But there we go. So the cockatrice is why they choose that in mythology, first to fly, a creature that is. Next up, another bit of history. Number 11 Squadron. They were formed in 1915 at Neverhaven in Wiltshire. Now they got a letter F next to the name, just like 3 Fighter Squadron. That's their official 3 Fighter. The F stands for fighter. Number 11 Fighter, however, they're the oldest designated fighter squadron in history. They have retained that letter F since 1915. Why is it raining? Why is it raining and there's no clouds? There's no clouds and it's raining. Oh, well then I'm worried. Oh dear. And then we've got 41 Squadron, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Now they formed in 1916 at Gosport as well, Fort Rauner, and they're the Test and Evaluation Squadron. So we've got 2 combat ready fighter squadrons, an operational conversion unit, and a Test and Evaluation Squadron. Now they get to test. They're very experienced Typhoon pilots. In fact, 41 resonates with Helen Seymour, the first ever female Typhoon pilot, which I've heard some of her podcasts with some wonderful stories, and the evolution of modifying and accompanying instruments for female use, as well as probably trying to go to the toilet. But we won't go into that. But I love her stories. They're just magnificent. They are absolutely brilliant. Fair play, Helen. And 41 Squadron, they get to test all the latest software, equipment, ordnance. I mean, it's like taking a test drive on the latest equipment. Take it to the range, not the supermarket. You take it to, you get to try out things, which, you come back and you evaluate it. Their HQ's actually at Waddington, 41 Squadron. And then finally, number 12 Squadron, who stood up in 2018. Leads the field is their motto. They formed in February 1915 at Neverhaven. And with number 12, they've got a long history of the Lancaster and in Bomber Command as well. Today, they form as a joint Qatari Emirate Air Force and Royal Air Force squadron, and they arrived here in 2020. So they are a joint squadron with the Royal Air Force because of the interests of Qatari's Air Force purchasing the Typhoon. So you need to train them. So that's why RAF Leeming is the chosen base to train the airmen on the Hawk. It's actually a Hawk Mark 167. It's similar to the Hawk T2. I'm just going to get rid of this bit of dusty crust here. It's gone there now. But there we go. So that's just a little rundown. And then in 1976, welcoming them back to Bomber County is, of course, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Now, their aircraft are part of the RAF's inventory, so we do actually have in the Royal Air Force a working, fully functional, airworthy Lancaster. We've got PA-47s for Lancaster. We've also got a variety of Spitfires. The oldest one, literally to the hour, is PM631. Which is the PR Mark 19 Spitfire. They've got various amounts of Spitfires. We do have 2 Hurricanes with their own history, a Dakota, 2 de Havilland Chipmunks. Now the C-47 Dakota, I did actually see at Duxford the other day. It was pulled out and it looks like it's got Far East livery, a new livery that's put on, probably Burma around there, because I'll tell you why, because the roundel is like the usual blue and a sky blue. There's no red on it. Why? Because roundels changed depending on where you were. Even the meatball of the United States Army Air Corps and the Navy, they'd get rid of the red meatball dot, because red means Japan or enemy, basically. So you get rid of the red, because when you're flying around, you only have a matter of seconds, literally, to spot friend from foe. So there we go. That's just a little rundown of what we've got here. And yeah, enjoy, ladies, sheds and teddy bears. Enjoy the show. And we've got plenty of history to go into detail of the whole base, who was here through time, including Wing Commander Guy Gibson that served here as well. Coningsby's satellite station Woodhall Spa, which actually resonates with a lot with 617 Squadron, and of course the Lancasters that were actually operating for Coningsby Squadron, but actually from Woodhall Spa, because they had the upgraded runways. Now we are on the old airfield, or at least the old aerodrome. There's some pancakes and hard stands just behind me. If you had a look at Google Maps, you can see that as well. Yeah, so any questions on the history or avionics or anything to do with the Typhoon, I'll try my best to answer it, but I think now is a good time for a cup of tea. Yep, definitely a cup of tea time after that. Also, a big shout out to number 17 Coningsby Air Cadets as well. Big shout out to them. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Ginger Bailey, how you doing? Hope we're all good. And we'll give you some of the housekeeping as well. There's some housekeeping rules to keep things sweet and neat, so we're all in check with the latest and greatest. Just quickly going to show you as we look at this wonderful latest and greatest that's been here. The separation, let's have a look, 41 and 2017, let me think, 2007, so 76 years, 86, hang on, 84 years from 41, yeah, here we go. 84 years separating the arrival between the first aircraft, the Handley Page Hampden bomber. Look at this. Crew of 4 with flying suitcase, as it was nicknamed, with other nicknames as well, with just a 3-foot wingspan, about 232 miles per hour max speed, with a bomb load of 4,000. You can take an 18-inch torpedo as well, but look what we've got here. Tony Rivers, Lee Hale, Ian McCabe, Stevie Boy, Ali Leyland, how's it all going? Davey, Simon Watchorn, how's it going? Here we go. from a very busy TED HQ. Remco de Vrij, how you doing? Hope you're good. Karen Utting, Mark Moody, oi oi. Paul Mayers. Hope we're all good, ladies and gents. Teddy Bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Plenty of movements today here. Now, because of the easterly winds, it's not as hot as first proposed, but I'll take that. A nice cool day. New Zealand, how you doing? Where are you all watching from? Let us know in the comments. Anyone watching it on a boat? Let's try and find out who's watching it from the most diverse, well, not diverse, but you know what I mean. We don't usually get viewers on a boat, but maybe on some scaffolding. Of course, do watch responsibly. On a ferry, on a plane. Maybe you're watching it on the Walton Aerodrome's Embraer. Karen Utting watching from Leicester. How you doing? Hope you're good. Got Surrey. Maybe you're watching it in the garden. We'll see who's going to win the most fun. Sunny Bournemouth from Martin. Malky Stoddart, 1066 flight reporting in from Hastings. What up? Stones throw away, FAS Kelly Creation from near RAF Lucas as well. Wrexham on a phone, why not? But, PUS, BLN, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a while, you good? Hope you're well. Overlooking the Lincolnshire Wolds Manor House, North London, Tommy Woods. Watching from work, from Tim. Got Darren Harwood watching from a rainy Manchester. Simon Panther watching from a hot Stamford. It can get a bit muggy, can't it, with this with these clouds, but hopefully it's all good. Got Dorset in the house as well. Got more foons coming very shortly. Just gonna look behind me. Some more poons. So what? Missed been back here and listening to the wonderful sounds of the EJ200 from the Typhoon. Of course, it all makes a difference with the air intakes as well, the design. And we need to listen out for the F-35A, the way the intakes incorporate the change of speed and to create a howling sound, just like the Vulcan. Here we go, just behind me from the back. Right.
Just leave it off on my ear today. Oh yeah, can't put that inside that.
I don't know, but some
keep it off now.
Over the top then. Let's stay.
Nice aero braking, look at that. So to many it looks like a wheelie, but it is a form of braking to relieve the stresses of the front nose gear and the braking systems. So, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We are in the official aircraft car park viewing enclosure, shall we say, or the car park. Yeah, ladies, gents, teddy bears, just a few housekeeping rules. Please park responsibly. There isn't really any more parking, so if it's full, then please use the car park in the town and walk it to here. It's just £2 for the whole day. That's a really, really great price. If you are just sort of venturing across the road, as you can see, it is a main road into the town, or leaving it, departing it, but do be mindful that, to our delight, the speed limit has been decreased to 40. There is a chain link fence to make it easy to look at the aircraft and to view the aircraft. And of course, housekeeping, please don't rest your ladders on the fence and damage the fence in any way, especially do not climb it. And don't lean your ladders on it, because it can damage it. Alright, so do look after yourselves crossing the road, and do take care of the infrastructure as well. Crash gates, it really is a no-brainer. Please do not park your vehicle there. It is an absolute no-brainer. There are signs, and it's really, therefore, should the worst happen, it is a crash gate for emergencies, and the emergency services will smash through there in the event of the worst should happen, to retrieve the aircraft and crew, should that needs be. So it needs to be kept clear all times. There is no exceptions. Of course, you can't park on double yellow lines anywhere. There are signs, and new signs as well. And for your protection as well, there are lights on this side of the runway, and also at 25 end, right down the other end. Should they go off, you do need to stop. The other thing as well, the red and white fence, please do not stand at the red and white fence. This is also something that some of the plane spotting RAF Coningsby spotters groups are deleting photos of anyone stood there or even on the approach, because it's private property, it's MOD land as well on this field as well. These people are not on it, by the way. It might look like it, but they're not, so that's fine. But this red and white fence is for your protection as well. Aircraft can damage your health when they come into land, and should they get it wrong, that will totally end your trip to Coningsby. Jet blast is for your protection and vehicles, hence why they have to stop the cars. They are specially, I think it's frangible design, wow. And so please do not be there. If you are going to be there, you will be told to move. In fact, there are some strong, there's been some strong measures of consequences stood there that I've heard of from RAF Waddington. They're the same as well. There isn't one at runway 25, and that's all because of the distance between the, I think it's something to do with this distance, but then again, that now that I've said that, forget that, because there are lights to actually manage the traffic there. So just forget that for a minute. But there isn't a red and white fence on the other side, but do just have an imaginary one. Be mindful of where you stood, because it can also interrupt movements because of safety to yourselves and the crew. So it's a really big thing. So crash gates, no, and the red and white fences, no. And of course, please don't go in this field. I've seen some people stood on these approach lights and they've damaged them. So again, not saying our viewers do it or anything like that, but just be mindful, because we are in an era now where things are a little bit unsettled on the planet, and we always recommend to be mindful. Oh yes, please, I'd love one. Plain cheese, that would be great. I'll take a burger, thank you. Yeah, it's that type of world that we live in. So spotters are a really good eyesight. You know, us and aviation enthusiasts are always out here, and we can see things from outside the fence, so we can be like a preventive measure as well. So it's really good to keep an eye on things. Look out for people that are asking strange questions that are really not plane spotting. You know, do think about writing information like that down, and if you're worried, just contact the base and give them the information if you're worried, because it's better to be safe than sorry, you know, in this day and age that we live in. But you know, we're a great community, and we do take care of each other because we want to take care of the men and women in that base, because what we do out here, we're able to probably prevent a lot of things from happening. We're an extra set of eyes, and I must admit, I have reported a few things. Whether, you know, it was leading to things or not, it doesn't matter. The fact is, we're vigilant and we're constantly on the lookout for, you know, people that are there for no good. And that is the whole purpose of my talk right now, because we do need to not let our hobby, our passion get ruined. And the whole thing about the channel as well is to promote the Royal Air Force and the United States Air Force as well, to inspire our future generation, to inspire those that have served and wanted to go back, because I've heard this happen on a few times, because we do talk about the ground and the air, the men and women on the ground working tirelessly to keep aircraft serviceable. You know, the AWCU that was here a moment ago, he wasn't working, by the way, if you're wondering what he's doing. But actually no, he said he was, because they do external checks as well, so we'll let him off. He knows I'm messing. So hopefully it comes here. It would be good. Hawker Hunter in the skies at the moment. But yeah, so let's keep an eye out and look after each other, ladies, gents and teddy bears as well. I think I've covered everything. There are bins provided, there's about 8. There's no toilets, so you're gonna have to improvise. But in the car park in the town, there are public toilets. At the time of checking, I believe there's no, like, you know, those 20p, probably where the spend a penny comes from, right? Can't believe I'm saying that, but anyway, you know how random the channel is at times. But there we go. It probably is, you never know. There we go. So yeah, all is good really. Just waiting for the rest of the Typhoons to come back. We don't know about any, there's no schedule. This is military aviation, a base place, low flying area, air weapons range. You just turn up and hope for the best. Bring food as well, and drinks, and lots of tea. Bring tea. It's the survival necessity. And later on, a little bit later on, I shall show you the silver play button. Bless you. It's that time of year though, isn't it? Well, you never know, it might come. So while we wait, if you've got any questions about the Typhoon, the history, how it works, give us a shout. Go for it. It doesn't have to be now, but I'm now on the stream. I'm now on the chat room. There I am, look. I'm on now. There you go. Rob Kennard, thank you very much. Thank you, all of you who are supporting the channel. If you are generous to give us a super chat or a super sticker to take out Ted Coningsby membership or gift membership, I will give you a shout out Guards March from Ted. Wait. Oi, oi, Christopher Carr, how you doing? Martin Axter, right, so there are two, okay, so they're Squadron Guardians, the English Electric Lightning. In fact, I wonder if I got time to give you a debut of the English Electric Lightning live on the show. I actually got an English Electric Lightning. Let's have a look. Not on me, online, sir. Yeah, I've got patches and key rings and stuff. Yes, sorry. No problem. So you may see the English Electric Lightning just through those hangars there, but there's also one at 11 Squadron. And the English Electric Lightning didn't actually... tell you what, here's a competition. Go on, guess the squadron. Come on. Look, secrets on the tail there. The English Electric Lightning wasn't actually based here at Coningsby. The first ever jet aircraft to take Coningsby into the jet era was in 1953, and it was indeed the English Electric Canberra. But the reasons behind the English Electric Lightning, two of them being here, is because 29 Squadron operated this along with number 11 Fighter Squadron as well. Sadly, there's currently no short Stirlings. In fact, you might be able to see it. It's just behind this Typhoon here, and fortunately you can't, but there we go. Sadly, there's no short Stirling bombers airworthy at this time, but there is I think there's is it the People's Society? It was indeed. The mighty 74 Squadron Tigers. Yes, indeed. Okay, so the Typhoon FGR4, as it's designated with the Royal Air Force, is slightly different to the maximum speed of the Eurofighter. The Eurofighter is a Mach 2.0. Thank you very much. You're a legend. Thanks, man. Thank you. Burger and Typhoon stats. So, hi. How's it going? All right. I know. Come on. We'll all be bouncing around for that. Looking good. Yeah, I know. It's good. Enjoying it? It's a good start, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It's alright, getting exhaust, it's just getting the exhaust off the bit there, man, on top, because if that bolt, that crack that bolt, crack that bolt,
There'll be more. Come on. Alright. Yeah, you never know. We do have a Typhoon heading back as well. But yeah, the Typhoon, well, at least the Eurofighter Typhoon, maximum speed is a Mach 2.0, which is in miles per hour, it's 1,534 miles per hour. But the Typhoon in the Royal Air Force, designated as the Typhoon FGR4, because it is called slightly different things in different countries, still the same aircraft with their own sort of slightly different mods. The Typhoon has been tuned down to 1.8. The Royal Air Force's Typhoon FGR4 is a Mach 1.8. That's 1,381 miles per hour. Now, don't be fooled by just because it's been toned down, it means it's slow. It's absolutely the opposite. In fact, decrease in Mach speed can actually increase your acceleration. They probably tuned it to make it really, really responsive. A bit like what the Red Arrows have done with their Ardeur engine. They've the Red Arrows have actually tuned the Ardeur engine to make it more responsive. Very good questions coming up.
You can't help just shut up.
I'll tell you what, someone's asked, Simon Woodman, what got you into aviation? I'm going to tell you that later on when I reveal the 100k Silver Play Button Award.
I'm wondering if it can't land at Wellington. I'm trying to think if it lands at our airport, I'm going to be fuming. I know they have. Yeah, I know, it's tough. If that does, that's... If it is, I'm going to walk to the end of the week. Nikos, I think that Hunter's going to land at Leicester Airport, literally a couple of miles away from the house.
Oh, you're joking.
Yep.
Sorry? Not that one. No. And Javelins, of course, then, it's a Hawk for hunting move. There is a Typhoon Rampage flight coming back. And there it is. Yeah, thank you.
It's 2,000.
Just going into Leicester.
I believe so, because they've got a show.
Ah, right. Right, here we go. So, Rampage flight, here we go. Rampage, call sign of number 3 Fighter Squadron. Gear down, landing lights on, here we go. Landing lights are meant to scare birds.
Reload, I've got a phone in! Get off!
There goes the phone. If it's the Wasp, I'm getting that 12 arm. Chris, did you like that one? Did you like that one, Chris? So yes, you may have noticed that I said 3 squadron and it's got 11 squadron markings. That's correct. Markings don't always represent the squadron that's flying it. They are put into pools. The furthest I can, from my knowledge, dates back to the times of the Vulcan. They were put into what's called pools, where there were certain airframes that could be used by other squadrons. They were called pools of. So if you have seen Vulcans with lots of squadrons on the hatch for the crew as they get in, it'll give you an idea of a Vulcan that's used in a pool of squadrons. Oh, you're right, man. Good. Is it? Those take quite a lot, to be honest.
Seen plenty on the ground.
First time I've seen it was at Stampton. When it was at Stampton.
That expanding foam that got through it. Yeah, it's going to that. It's going under thingy now. Yeah, it's going under.
it's just on a touch and go.
Can't do no when you just fly around. You need to go on adventure. That's what we.
Yeah, this one is literally a teaser. It's just on a touch and go at one and now it's turning around towards us.
You never know.
It's military aviation.
How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Oh, all good. Right, I'll continue with the Q&As there quickly. Let's have a look. Lynn Bone. Because is there anything Guy Gibson has been left there at Coningsby? Good question. Very good question. I'm just trying to think from 29 Squadron. I would have thought, I'm just trying, actually it's a very, very good question. I think there is, but I can't remember what it is. It's potentially, very, very good question now. I'm just trying to think of my visits that I've had related to Guy Gibson. Of course, he was the youngest wing commander of Bomber Command, and he was here at with number 106 Squadron with the Hampdens, and eventually the Manchester bomber. It's a good question. I think there is, but do you know what? I can't remember what it was that was there. There is something I remember our legend Sainty pointing out to me. I think there is. I'm pretty sure there is. I just cannot remember for the life of me now what it was. Don't forget, back then when I had my visit, my first ever visit into the base, I had really zero knowledge. I mean, I only just discovered that these are called Typhoons 4 years ago. I know, right? You imagine that now, me trying to do that. I do remember my very first days, which I'll go into more detail on the reveal of my Silver Play Button Award from YouTube. Monka, how you doing? So yes, the runway caravans, they use flares. It's just here, it's a visual communication as well, a direct point right literally on the front line of the runway, and it's to give direct communications between ATC, and they will fire a flare in an event of an emergency for aircraft and pilots to be alerted for a go around. Even the AWCU uses them as well, so if a sudden flock of birds flew straight across the runway causing a hazard, they will fire the flares. Here we go. These markings are number 1 fighter, who are based in RAF Lossiemouth. Send it. Only now does the reheats come off. Beautiful. That is what you call a performance takeoff. And we've got more taxiing out. markings there, the flying can openers. And in 1969, a new era for RAF Coningsby as it entered the fighter town era, bringing the F4 Phantoms, the Spey engine Phantoms, which got the go-ahead to replace the English electric Canberra. There was a lot of options, the main one being the TSR2. But when that was scrapped, the other option was to place an order of 50 F111K aardvarks for Coningsby. 2 were almost complete, and for whatever reason it didn't go ahead, cancelled, and it was from all the way from RAF Akrotiri. The flying can openers, who got the nickname from flying the Hurricane, destroying so many tanks during World War II. Number 6 Squadron's markings that you just seen there is a play on their official markings, their squadron crest, which is an eagle preying on a serpent. But if you look at the aircraft markings, it's an eagle on a can opener, hence the flying can openers. And that's number 6 Squadron. Then they arrived with the Phantom, with a few other squadrons as well. This is the Embraer ERJ145. It's a type of cat. Yeah, corporate air travel, I know. Hence the call signs either Moggy or Mog or Felix the cat, get it? There you go. So that's come from Walton Aerodrome. Big shout out to Walton Aerodrome's BA systems, play a major part with the Typhoon. All the avionics, even the ground training school programs being created by BA systems. This is their travel, not a bad way to get to and fro work. That vehicle there, that's the AWCU, Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. Big shout out to them, keeping the airfield safe and secure from wildlife. It is literally a never-ending battle because nature does take priority.
Straight on that road, keep away. Yeah. I'm still on the road. How long? Main road. Yeah. Yeah, just go by that. Go by where the airplanes are. Go on that road. will do those bars.
How we're doing, ladies, gents, steady bears. Hope you're all good and well.
That's where it won't enter right. Where's that?
How you doing, Oi? Oi, you right, man, yeah? You good, enjoying your day?
Yeah.
Nice one.
You know when you come out the toilet, where you turn into the toilet, where you go off.
So I hope you're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. And well, it's been a good day, hasn't it? It's been really good. Pretty much a good start to the week, with Mildenhall being busy and here been fantastically busy as well, which has been absolutely amazing. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Big shout out to all of you and welcome to the show. God, don't you just hate that when that happens? But there we go. Right, so I'm going to be later on, a little bit later on, I will maybe a good time to finish it on the 100k play button plaque. But we'll talk about the history of the base as well while we're waiting. I'm just going to have a quick look as well what we've got coming up next, if anything. Nothing's published, so again, you've got to just turn up and hope for the best. That is what it's all about, and that makes it more exciting. We wouldn't want to have it any other way, because at the end of the day, if everything was planned, we might as well go to Heathrow, which is not what the channel's about. It's about that on edge, what will happen, and about the community as well. We can always rely on our community to just keep that buzz, because in fact I mentioned the other day about a Mildenhall stream. We had nothing for 7 hours all day, 1k watching all day with just one aircraft. And then, saying that, there was a stream that wasn't even running yet. It was scheduled, and there was hundreds of you on there. I mean hundreds. I can't remember how many, was it like 600 waiting? It was like, wow. And we hadn't even gone live yet. So that is what the channel's all about. Oh, I know what it was. It was the B-52s, and I kept changing the schedule because it was delayed, and it went to go and do some BTF and all that kind of stuff. So we were delaying it. I was there all day, what, 7 hours waiting, and you were there all day, hundreds of you all day, literally waiting with us, and it was brilliant. Absolutely just a true testament to the channel, so thank you very much. Jim, thank you very much. Thanks to everyone that's tuned in. So this is the diagram that I just put together of all the components and their manufacturers. A quick drawing. Hope you like it. There's the BA systems making up that front part there, the Airbus Germany making up that middle section of the fuselage, Leonardo making that left wing, Airbus Spain making that right wing, components at the back from both BA and Leonardo, and BAE Systems making up the majority of the stabilizer. Again, 85% total is non-metal, so you got mainly carbon composite. There are titanium and various alloys that are made, of course, for the engine. You've got the canopies acrylic there, and it's 30 kilometers of cabling going on here, and it's 6 bolts. They're about, I don't know, about 9 inches, I think they were, if I remember correctly. 6 bolts that connect each wing, and just to think there are 2 bolts that connect the wingtips of a Spitfire on that. And in the Manching Airbus as well, the assembly factory for the Eurofighter, or one of, each one is named in girls' names, shall we say. Here we go, a little bit of extra info for you. You know you like info. I know you do. It's all good, isn't it? Right, how are we doing? Hope we're all good, ladies and teddy bears. While we wait, I will just chat to you about the remaining full history of the base before we go anywhere. Let me just pop that there before we go anywhere for tea. And also, as you know, it inspires the aircraft to start moving around. But for those that are new, welcome. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator throughout this wonderful journey. Again, the hair's gone wild with the wind just sort of pushing it over. Shall I just do some sort of parting? Shall I do that? I'll tell you what, I should go and get my baseball hat, really. Give me a sec. Nah. Whatever, I'm way past that. 47, innit? But yeah, welcome, ladies and teddy bears, to England's second largest county. And during the Second World War, this was nicknamed Bomber County. There was as many as 46 airfields, with an average of being 7 miles apart from each other, from airfield to airfield. So we've only got to go that way. There's Woodhall Spa, we've got Dunholm Lodge, we've got Metheringham, we've got Scampton, Spilsby, and so on and so on. And you've got Waddington further down, so they are pretty much on average, they were at least 7 miles apart. And before that, though, it was actually home, this area, home to several airfields to defend the county against Zeppelin raids during the First World War. Now, I couldn't find any First World War airfield here, but there were in the vicinity. There was a lot, and in total there were around 300 military airfields that stood at the end of the First World War, and by 1924 there was just as little as 27. Now, many of the airfields were recalled for expansion, and by 1935 the military airfields began to start to rise again. The threat of another war was sadly a reality, and in 1936 Bomber Command formed. If you remember our Mildenhall stream yesterday, it was number 5 group that started there in October of that year, 1936. They actually moved over this way and swapped with number 3 group, and number 5 came here. It was at St Vincent's Hall near Grantham in Lincolnshire. So number 5 group was for this whole county pretty much. And sadly, like I said, the threat of another war was imminent. In fact, at The Hague they were even talking about banning Bomber Command and stopping aerial bombing due to the disasters of and the devastation of the First World War by dropping bombs. They had to justify what was a military target, etc., etc., and it nearly didn't happen. And you know, what about they were talking about the factory workers and stuff like that. It was interesting to find out that side of things, but in the end they did get the go ahead, and along with that, on the same year, Fighter Command and Coastal Command formed too. Now, grass runways were the easiest option to create and make an airfield. There were hard stands, sorry. There were concrete and buildings, but grass runways were the easiest method. The only thing they needed to look out for is to have specialists and auditors to have a look at the drainage of the soil. Were there any obstacles? Were there any hills in the distance? Places like Yelverton, which was RAF Harrowby, had that rock, and the main problem Yelverton in Dartmoor, Devon, was actually the 2 stories of the buildings. They actually had to trim them because they really needed a base there. It was a perfect location for it. So they actually trimmed all the buildings, and they were subject to just 1 floor, 2 floors. Yeah, so just 1 story, which is amazing to even think that. But grass runways were an excellent choice for fighters. Think about it. Think about the movies that we've seen, that sort of bird's eye view. If the airfield came under attack, there was always going to be some stretch of land, bit of grass that the Spitfires, for example, Hurricanes were able to use. So just because you designated a perfect grass runway, there was obviously going to be grass surrounding it. So that's another factor and a positive for grass runways. Light bombers also use grass runways, but the need for hardened concrete runways was indeed imminent to match the aircraft that they were bringing out. And the likes of the Lancaster and heavy bombers, when they were introduced, they soon realised that grass runways weren't really suitable. Class A runways, as we called it, they were triangular configured runways, were introduced as a requirement for airfields being built after December 1940. As far for Coningsby, the proposition started out in 1937. So because it was before 1940, it was made with grass, okay, the runways that is. So plans to build it began as early as 1937, just a couple of years before the start of the Second World War. But it was on the 4th of November 1940 that it was ready to operate with its grass runway, and it operated as a 5-group station. The first residents to arrive and operate from Coningsby was on the 23rd of February 1941, and it was 106 Squadron. Now they had Zulu November. Now you may see on the chat room that I put two letters and a roundel. Don't forget, in early stages 36, 38, the RAF, many squadrons were actually just putting the number down. So 115 Squadron literally had 115, but it's not very good in reconnaissance. If we've been followed, they can track the squadron number to the base, because every squadron has different role, right? So they got rid of that and then did a random 2-digit system. So Zulu November was 106 squadrons and markings who were operating at the time the Handley Page Hampden bomber. Now the Handley Page Hampden bomber, which I've shown you on the streams before, I'll just get our beautiful Hampden bomber. Looks a little bit like the looks a bit like it's got a little bit of Blenheim in there, hasn't it, really? So twin engine bombers were our thing at the time. We did have a 4-engine flying boat, which was used for marine patrolling and bombing, which was of course the short Sunderland bomber. But the Handley Page Hampden bomber, a 4-seater, a tiny tiddly fuselage of just 3 feet wide. That fuselage, can you believe it? So add nicknames like the Flying Tadpole or the Flying Suitcase as well. So that, my friends, is the Handley Page Hampden. Design started in 1932, and for those that have been following my Air Ministry specifications, it was B932. Now you know that the letter B stands for heavy bomber, because this is all we had during that time. Now it could take a 4,000 pound payload, and the Flying Suitcase was a bit of a squish, and I'll tell you about that in a minute. It could reach speeds of about 247 miles per hour. It was quite reasonably light, with a service ceiling of 19,000 feet. It did have some guns, 3 to 5 Vickers K machine guns as well. It could take an 18-inch 457mm torpedo, or it could be armed with some mines as well. The early Pegasus engines, which was 2 Bristol Pegasus Mark 18. Now they were 9-cylinder air-cooled radial piston engines. They could punch out about 1,000 watt, but that was the early stages. There were other variants. They had the Handley Page Hereford, which looked exactly the same. They just changed the engines. So we had a reasonable sort of history, but a bit of a bumpy one, really. Some squadrons did very bad with this, and it was 106 Squadron that ended up getting the reputation to being the worst, as in loss rate, the worst loss rate on a Hampden squadron. So they had, sadly, that title to work on. So that was our first ever aircraft to operate here, the Handley Page Hampden bomber. Pretty cool though, isn't it? I do like historical aircraft. I do like how we evolve, because if you think about the next aircraft I'm going to talk about, you could say it evolved into the Lincoln, and I'll explain in just a moment, because I've been learning a little bit more about the Avro Lincoln now. I know we don't really mention it too much, but we do mention the B29, and I'm still learning on those two at the moment, and I'll explain a little bit of brief description of why I think it's important. Now, 106's first ever mission and Coningsby's first ever mission took place on the 1st into the 2nd of March 1941, and it was when 5 Hamdens took off and took part in a mission in a raid over Hamden. Now, the following night of completing their first ever mission at Coningsby, they did it again. They took to the skies, 106 Squadron, because that was all we had here. They went in the night of the 3rd and into the 4th of March, but X3002 failed to return, becoming the first ever loss of Coningsby, with all 4 crews sadly killed. On March the 15th, 106 of March 1941, 106 Squadron were joined by another squadron, and they were joined by 97 Squadron. Now, they had the markings Oscar Foxtrot. Now, they were equipped with the Avro Manchester. All right, now they acquired that at RAF Waddington, and Waddington had a history of having the very first. They had the first Lancaster, they operated the Manchester, they even operated the first Avro Vulcan as well, but that's for a Waddington stream. So the problem is the Manchester. All right, now it did have a designation of the letter P. All right, now what's that all about, Nikos? What is the P13/36 of the Air Ministry? This was a requirement for a medium bomber. Now, I'm just trying to get my head around it, because as far as I know, the Halifax and the Lancaster were built under the same specification. I'm still working on that, because the Lancaster ended up being a heavy bomber. But was there a way around it? There probably was. Now, I'm going to show you the problems of the Manchester before I begin. Oi, oi! That was a good one. Now, I haven't got a Avro Manchester, very, very difficult to get hold of in die-cast, or even an Airfix or Revel, whichever brand you want to use. But what you will notice, it's very similar to the Lancaster. In fact, you wouldn't be wrong. In fact, you wouldn't be wrong in saying that looks a little bit like a Lincoln as well. Again, you wouldn't be wrong, with the exception of only having the one engine, which it did. In fact, on its first ever production, it actually had 3 tail fins. It was almost the Lancaster, as in specifications, the size, with the exception of the wingspan, which was 89 feet. I think we got a Typhoon coming into land. The problems were not Avro and Roy Chadwick's design, it was the engines. The engines were the problem. They were beautiful in theory. Rolls-Royce Vulture engines, rated at 1760 horsepower. There is a Typhoon behind me, I'll take note of that. The bearings used to heat up and catch fire. Usually on returning missions, on the return back to base, would the pilots suffer and have problems. In fact, it was grounded, never even seen the end of the war. In fact, even the propellers started to feather and then cause problems with the engine. It was a disaster. In fact, it cost more lives flying than it did on bombing missions. Now, just before I go into more detail, like I said, it was a good aircraft. It manoeuvred well, just the engines. And Roy Chadwick and his crew at Avro were not prepared to fix it. In fairness, reading about it, it was kind of forced into the battlefield. They really needed something powerful. That's what the Air Ministry specification is all about. However, it was grounded, what, about 6 or 12 times? And I know what you're thinking. If 97 Squadron joined Coningsby's 106, you are right in thinking that 106 Squadron were on their own. In fact, 106 Squadron started to convert to the Manchester. In fact, due to being grounded, they actually started using their old Hamdens again. There's the family version Typhoon. So March 1941 saw the Avro Manchester arrive. Just going slightly off tangent with the history of the base. What Roy Chadwick did, he added 6 foot either side to make it to 102 feet here, and added 4 new engines. Of course, it was the Rolls-Royce Merlin 20. Now they were rated at 1300 horsepower at that time for those ones. The prototype BT308 appeared in early 1941 at RAF Waddington. It had the 3rd stabilizer fin, it had the 3rd fin there, but then DG595, they got rid of it. Okay, they increased the H tail by about 1.5 meters to max 3 meters, and it became nearly, it was going to be called the Avro Manchester Mark III, but they changed that to the Avro Lancaster. And the same happened, they nearly made while they were modifying the Lancaster to be called the Mark IV and V, they called it the Avro Lincoln. It had stuck an extra 18 feet, so 9 feet either side. It was huge. They increased the length of the Lancaster. It was bigger engines, heavier engines, Merlin 8.5s or Packard 8.3s. They were huge, and it was made for the Far East and for the Tiger Force. But of course, the US Army Air Force, they had the B-29. So there we go, bit of, but I'm learning about that anyway. I'm learning. How we doing, ladies? Shed steady bed. So yeah, that's just a quick. I might have to one day make a production video and talk to you about the aircraft in more detail with that. But yes, that's what happened. 106 Squadron were joined by 97 Oscar Foxtrot with the markings, and that was on the 15th of March 1941. Now, like I said, they were equipped with the Avro Manchester, and the unreliability of the Manchester meant that the aircraft was grounded several times, and 106 Squadron were usually on their own at this stage. During the first few months, 106 Squadron, though, they had the highest losses of Hampden squadrons before themselves converting to the Manchester. So it was a bit of a problem after problem. One, you've got a really bad percentage of losses with your missions, a bit like the bloody 100th. They had that sort of reputation, sadly, and then they were upgraded to an aircraft that had unreliability issues, so it wasn't looking good at that time. So both squadrons took to the skies in the end with Hampdens, and on April the 10th into the 11th, 106 Squadron was sent on a small-scale raid on Dusseldorf, and 2 more Hampdens were lost by night fighters. The 8 men that were lost lay side by side in a Dutch cemetery where they were lost. And in July and August, 106 Squadron lost a total of 15 aircraft. It's a colossal amount of aircraft to lose in just 2 months. And that's what Bomber Command is the reality of men, young men, you know, average age, what, 21? If that, 21, 23. Day in, day out, mission after mission, exposed to that. In August 1941, Hampden AE-193, piloted by Sergeant Leon, was heading home from a raid on Duisburg when disaster struck. As luck would have it, both Pegasus engines failed whilst 40 miles out over the North Sea, near the island of Texel, Netherlands. Thanks, Arjen, for the pronunciation. Leon managed to actually land his Hampden on the sea, and all 4 crew scrambled out. And what was fascinating about that is they, when he landed on the out at sea, he did the belly landing beautifully, enough for the crew to bail out and use the dinghies. Now they made a makeshift raft from their harnesses and made a sail from their parachutes. Sadly, they were not spotted for the next 2 days in that cold, wet rain of the North Sea. And then, if that wasn't enough, they had to endure another 2 days, this time in the opposite conditions, in the blazing heat. So that was the complete opposite. So 4 days dehydrating, trying to do makeshift baits to catch any sort of fish, trying to capture seagulls maybe, but sort of almost going in and out of conscious, and you know, absolutely malnourished and starving, and living off they were living off raw shellfish because they were washed ashore and were finally captured. But they were given, they were spotted by fishermen, and they were handed over to German officials, but they did receive medical treatment. Now 97 Squadron were having a better time actually with their Manchesters, and on the 8th of April 1941, 97 Squadron took off to the skies in their new aircraft on a raid for the largest raid of the war by Bomber Command on Kiel. But the Manchester, for 97 Squadron, they were to have a series of accidents, and there was even a crash on takeoff here at Coningsby. Many were lost after the raids, and homeward bound you'd often hear radio signals from the pilot saying engine 2 on fire, engine 1 not looking good either. Oi, oi, that was nice, wasn't it? And so that was the reality. And like I said, by 1942 it was completely scrapped, and Roy Chadwick and his crew at Avro, they decided to forget the engines. Rather than try to fix this problem, they decided to work on a bigger, better, a 4 engine. And there was an opportunity for a 4 engine bomber. Now if you remember, the Sterling is already out. It's already out at the moment during that time before the Lancaster, and if you joined in our Mildenhall stream yesterday would know that it was Supermarine 317 that was proposed to be our first 4 engine bomber, but due to unfortunate events it wasn't. It was for the S29, which was later named the Sterling. The Halifax and the Lancaster, they joined the Sterling in the 4 engine heavy bomber era. Now my next story will be a story about 4 men that spent the rest of the war pretty much in Ireland, in the Republic of Ireland, which was at the time neutral. It was AD 768, and it was on the 2nd of October 1941. So Coningsby Squadrons were set on a mission to bomb targets near Frankfurt, and the weather was filthy, and just 5 minutes out, Sergeant Newby and his crew and the rest of the squadrons, Hamdens of RAF Coningsby, were told to stand down and return to base. But Sergeant Newby was like, I'm 5 minutes out. So what did Newby do in the true fashion of Royal Air Force press on attitude? Well, he did just that. He pressed on, and it was in the Karl Ruhr target, the factory. And Sergeant Newby, having departed Coningsby at 1800 hours, saw his target, even though he was told to return to base. The skies cleared, he saw his target, and with his Hamdens dropped his 4,000 pounds of bombs and destroyed the target. However, on the way back they were met with ME-110s, damaged his engines, Point Charlie, and he discovered that both engines both his engines had packed in, and he ordered his crew to bail out. Now, he knew they were somewhere over land, probably Scotland or Ireland, because all his navigation systems were completely wiped out. And he certainly was right about being over land, but when they landed, they found out in the end they'd actually bailed out over Ireland. Doesn't sound like a problem, but being a neutral country, they spent the rest of the war interned in Ireland, as Ireland was neutral. There's a few other neutral countries like Switzerland and Sweden, was it? I can't say Norway maybe, but was Norway a neutral country at the time? I can't remember actually. Anyway, you know what I mean. Bit of aero braking there. Lots of fumes coming back now. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? My hair is in need of my baseball hat, I think. Oh dear, don't know what happened there, but anyway. But there we go. That was the fate of the crew, the 4 men. One of them was was Canadian, and he actually featured in the paper. They were trying desperately to release him, but they eventually did after a couple of years. Though all 4 crew returned back to England, and of course I can't remember his name actually. Was it? Oh gosh, I'll have to find out the rest of the crew. Now, with all the issues of the Manchester that it was having, 106 Squadron were also converted to the Manchester in early 1942. And by February 1942, Coningsby satellite station, RAF Woodhall Spa, which is about I'd say about 5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow fly, no more than that. RAF Woodhall Spa was completed, and it was completed with the hardened Class A configured runways. And 97 Squadron received the Avro Lancaster, and which was the first 4-engine bomber for them, their new 4-engine bomber. And the Avro Lancaster, although was part of Coningsby Squadron, they actually operated it at Woodhall Spa. Why? Well, the runway here was grass and it wasn't suitable, and when it was really bad weather and soggy weather, they couldn't operate the Lancasters here anyway. But then how do you go from Manchester to Lancaster, 2-engine to 4-engine? Well, the Avro Lancaster, the squadrons there, were actually, they formed out of their own flight a conversion unit, a bit like an OCU. So 97 Squadron formed their own 97 heavy conversion unit, and then the 106 Squadron did the same thing, a HCU. They did that out of one of their flights to train the airmen and all the crew on the new bomber, although it was similar in many ways to the Lancaster. The Manchester still had more power, being a 4-engine bomber, and it would maneuver differently as well. Eventually 97 Squadron were to make Woodhall Spa their actual home, and of course during bad weather, aircraft that were being used from Woodhall Spa were done so when Coningsby had severe bad weather. 106 Squadron didn't have the best start in the Manchesters, by the way, with missions being aborted, but they did get their first sortie in their new aircraft on the 20th of March 42. It was Warrant Officer Merrills who successfully planted their mines off keel. The Manchester, although really bad reputation, did have some successful missions. In 1942, 106 Squadron was to have a new wing commander. Aged just 23, Wing Commander Guy Gibson took command of the squadron, and he did increase the morale. He did have there was a bit of a stigma. He was the youngest wing commander of Bomber Command at the age of just 23. And he was the youngest, and he got himself back into flying. He didn't like desk jobs. He was a wing commander but wanted to fly, so he did so because he could. And he got himself into flying ops. He was mine laying in the Baltics, 22nd of April 1942. He did 3 more sorties in the Manchester during the following 3 weeks. Now, Gibson was a great commander and a pilot for the squadron, that he was highly recognised for his 18 night sorties, with 6 were consecutive. The squadron was improved and performance was noted by analysts of 5 Bomber Command and the Air Ministry. Gibson was also flying with 29 Fighter Squadron, even got himself 4 aerial victories as well. 30th of May 1942, Coningsby's aircraft took part in the 1000 bomber raid as well, over Cologne, which were 3 night bombing raids against the German cities. Eventually, in mid-1942, 106 Squadron took their last mission at Coningsby before moving to Syerston, while Coningsby was closing to upgrade its grass runways to the new Class A hardened runways. And on its final mission with a raid over Bremen, 3 of their aircraft failed to return. Here comes a lovely creature.
Yeah.
Nice. Beautiful. How are we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? I'm just going to check again if we got any more coming back. Let me have a quick look. Hope we're all good and enjoying the show. Certainly been a good one. I think we're all right for a minute. But welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. The camera is doing its thing by moving slowly into the wind there now. But yeah, there we go. So, how are we doing? So yes, Class A configured runways, what is that all about? So you'll have a 6,000 foot runway with 2 subsidiary 4,000 foot runways, so smaller ones, to make a letter A or a triangle shape. Reasons for that? Well, on an operational level, should you get attacked, should the runway become under attack, you can have another runway to use maybe. But more importantly as well, just as important shall we say rather, is the crosswinds, which were extremely, you know, dangerous as well on takeoff and landing. It gave the option for 6 directions of travel, hence 3 usable runways. All right, so the transformation of the new runways meant that flying for nearly a year actually ceased at Coningsby. So it was between September 1942 until its reopening in August 1943. I believe it wasn't supposed to take that long, but during this time, 5 Group Training School and 5 Group G Equipment School, and even Bomber Command's Field Cookery School with the chef took residence and made use of the facilities here at Coningsby whilst the runways were being constructed. 106 Squadron eventually moved to Metheringham in the end, while they were, I think they went to, did they go to Syerston and then went to Metheringham, and of course 97 Squadron made Woodhall Spa their permanent home. In the spring of 1943, first to actually use the new runways was 1514 Beam Approach training flight with the Avro Anson and the Airspeed Oxford. The BAT, or Beam Approach Training, helps pilots learn to land in poor visibility using a beam approach. So it was almost like the ILS is sending beams down the runway, and they've just got to follow and connect with the beam. On the 25th of August 1943, Coningsby was back in Bomber Command operations, and the famous 617 Squadron arrived with their Lancaster bombers. 617 Squadron flew many raids from Coningsby and eventually swapped with 619 Squadron in January 1944. In fact, the Petwood Hotel at Woodhall Spa, that's where they housed and accommodated the 619 and 617 Squadron officers during their times. RAF Scampton always has its connections with 617 Squadron, but it was in fact Woodhall Spa where they operated from the most, and its operations. In fact, the Petwood Hotel, like I said, has its officers there. 61 Squadron also made Coningsby its home with the Avro Lancaster. Both 61 and 619 Squadrons took to the skies in many raids, unfortunately losing many aircraft and many losses as well. Bomber Command, International Bomber Command Centre is a must visit as well, ladies, gents and teddy bears, as well as the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Hangar Tour. Do check that out. Do make sure you get a visit in there as well. Well, I've got a ladybird here. It's aviation though, isn't it? Before I continue with the history, I'm just going to go and grab a quick cuppa. I will be right back.
don't think it was going to stop. Those afterburners were just left on for pure light.
Didn't realise that the screen was a bit weird there, sorry about that. Well, it's now starting to get a bit hot. Has he got his ladders in there? That's just taking it too far now, isn't it?
I mean, that side's short.
That's got to be a member's photo, that one, isn't it? Sure. Here we go, there's one coming in quite fast. Thanks, Jimbo. Just caught everyone off. Beautiful. How you doing? All right? Yeah, you good? Oh, nice one. How you doing, mate? You all right? Good, good, good. Good. It's a good day. It's a nice one, isn't it? Oh, here we go. Another two ship. o'clock. You're watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. It's 11:30 GMT. And also a big best of luck to Ollie Brown, who's at RAF Cranwell all day today doing his CBAT exams today. So all the best to Ollie Brown from all of us at the Ted Coningsby channel. I hope and wish you all the best of luck with the tests there at Cranwell. So that's Ollie doing his CBAT today. Hope you get to progress.
Beautiful. Somewhere about the Warrior, which is quite interesting.
Nice, sounds tasty. Sounds good. Nice one. I didn't know about Friday, but I think I'll leave that one. I'll do local news this time. But, nice. Yeah, yeah, I know. I know, then. Familiarisation. Who knows? No, nice one. You alright there, kiddo? How you doing? Alright? Sorry? You can't. Sorry about that. I'm not able to do that. Sorry. I think it's time for the baseball app. My hair has been destroyed in the there we go. How you doing, man? All right? Thought so. Here we go. Nice. Should be another one behind it after. Shall I do the up and over? I'm going to do the up and over. Here we go. Love that shot. oi, oi. engine 2 with the afterburner, used in a couple of scenarios, such as if you've got an imbalance on one side, so if you fired all your weapons on one side, or We've only got the one engine working. Got a low approach. That's how you do it. Nice to see that. Asymmetrical low approach.
When you saw the train tickets to Whitby that you got worried, wasn't it?
Comes another Typhoon. I think we've got about 2 left, I think. It's just a guess. But then if they're coming from Lossy, like this one, I think, Batman 3-1. Or there's one nearby. Could be on for a very, and we have been on for a very busy day here at Coningsby. Here comes another Typhoon. I think this is one of the Havoc flights. Havoc, call sign of number 11 Fighter Squadron, if it is. Yep, Havoc flight. Oh, here comes Batman. Batman 3-1. If it is, it's from RAF Lossymouth, which I believe that's a call sign of 9 Squadron. That's an if. No, this one is not Batman, this one's Typhoon 2-2. I think. Unless ADSB is having a moment. I think ADSB is having a moment. Yeah, I think he's having a moment. Pretty sure this is Typhoon 22, which went out in a with a performance takeoff today as a singleton. We've had 4 with reheats today and 1 as a pure performance takeoff. 50-60 degree climb in true Typhoon style. ADSB is having a moment where I love it when it has little moments with the aircraft image as opposed to what it is. I think we had one F-15 that looked like an A-10 the other day, and when the aircraft start flying backwards, I love that. I love that as they coming on approach backwards. It's always a bit of fun and a giggle. But this aircraft does have RAF Lossiemouth markings of one fighter squadron. Probably just having a moment. Don't forget ADSB works on GPS, relies on mode S as a receiver. There is an ADSB receiver in the in aircraft. It can be disabled, the receivers, the data. There is an ADSB in and ADSB out, but we won't go into that. So a bit like your GPS watch, like Garmin, it uses GPS, and sometimes you can have, you know, sometimes it can have a moment as it uses satellites, usually out in the oceans as well. Aircraft will tend to just disappear for a little bit. There are situations where they become a little bit there are various, I got the name Elron, I think. There are actual ADSB receivers on the ground, stations. So yeah, that's Typhoon 22, Havoc flight back. I think we're all good. Okay, so it's our squad leader, Ted Coningsby. There he is. How are we doing, ladies, sheds and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. oh wow, if it's who I think it is, see you later. If it's who I think it is, Sad Sack Designs Music. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. A high five to you. See ya. And I'll tell you what, if I remember correctly, you gave us a clock at RAF Valley at Fraggle Rock. Nice one. I'm pretty sure that's you. If it is, nice one. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Karen Utting as well. Nice one. High five. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron as well. Babsar, thank you as well. High five to you. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. And Danny Hutchinson as well. Member for 3 months. Morning TCS. Thank you very much to you. Mark Moody, thank you very much. Thanks very much for coming here again, Nikos. You're welcome. It is Ted's home after all. It's always a nice place to come. Mark Moody, thank you for the super chat. A Guards March to you. SE Aviation, thanks for your 14-month membership. King Oasis, oi oi to you. Andrew Wright, high five. And a Paul Pump, thank you very much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you so much for that. Very kind of you. Nice one. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker as well, Guards March. And Border Raider, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you very much. Guards March to you. Sue W with 13 months membership. Thanks for making my days great, Nikos and Ted. You're most welcome. Thank you very much. And Richie B, member for 15 months. What a surprise for 15 months in this channel. Guards March, thank you very much. Sue W, thank you very much. A high five. Paul Pump, thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. I always love that. I do love that when you all gift memberships. It's basically giving and giving again by the amount of memberships that you've just done. It's such a great way to spread the Ted Coningsby membership vibes. Thank you very much. And Border Raider as well. High five. Paul Pump to you. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards March to you as well. And Malky Stoddart reaching an incredible 32 months of membership. Oi oi TCS and jogs away. And Bandit 7 o'clock, another month onto the ticket and still loving the coverage. Tipping in the mess later. Tally ho. Thank you very much. Guards March. Oh, that was good, wasn't it? Oh, you got it, have you? Oh, nice. You'll have to send me that in, buddy, yeah? Send that in, man. Thank you. And Doug Streams, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron, Guards March. Thank you very much, Doug Streams. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Hi, yeah, all right. Peter Vare, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron as well, Guards March. Thank you very much. High five to you. Ginger Bailey, thank you very much for your super sticker, Guards March. Oi oi, hope to see you this week. Sweet Stevie boy, high five, Guards March. Thank you very much for gifting the Ted Coningsby membership. Thanks very much. Nick Knox, how you doing? Good to see you on here as well. Thank you for your super chat, Guards March. Thanks very much, always good to see you on here. And also Sharon Chapman, celebrating my hubby Terry landing a new job. Well, that deserves a Guards March. Nice one. Guards March to you and congratulations to Terry. Gucci Man, thank you very much. High five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. Rob Kennard, thank you very much towards you and Ted's Burgers. Thank you very much indeed. A Guards March. Thank you so much, Rob, for the super chat. And John Minter as well for Reggie's sun cream during Operation Sunbathe. Yeah, nice one. You remembered that one. Guards March, thank you very much. And Border Raider, thank you very much for the super chat. Been watching for a year now, so thought it was about time I contributed. Guards March. Ali Leyland, thank you as well. Thanks for the super chat. A Guards March to you. Thank you very much. Please put thank you for all you do and keeping me going while watching the streams during tough times at the moment. Bless your heart. Hope you get better and hope everything's all good and well, and stay in the green. Guards March, thank you very much. We Stevie Boy, Voss for the boss. Guards March, thank you very much. Margot, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. And Border Raider, nice one, upgrading membership, high five to TCS Posh Officers Club. Guards March, thank you very much. And Marek Mojeko, thank you very much for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards March, high five. Border Raider, who's just upgraded again, high five for upgrading to our fighter squadron, our Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. Guards March again, thank you very much. We've got Simon Watchon, high five. Guards March, thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And Richard 1219, okay, 121970. Guards March, enjoying it as always. Good. Right. You heard from Ollie? Yeah, he got another shout out as well for the CBAT. Nice one. Cool. Yes, yeah, I did see that. That was cool, wasn't it? That was it's good to see your name on there, man. How you doing?
We're watching you live. We're watching your live stream. I met you in
But wait, even better, you're actually watching me in real life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Nice one. Just watch your back, yeah. Just watch your back. Enjoy the show. Have fun, yeah. Just mind your back. You're looking slim, but you don't want to be any slimmer than squashed. Yeah, nah. How you doing?
Yeah, good to see you, man.
How you doing?
Alright.
How's the Blues doing? They
Yeah,
alright?
we're struggling a little bit. We had a not very good game on Saturday. We're playing tonight, but we're not going. We're away.
Okay. Okay. Well, I brought with me the plaque. Did you see it? Well, I'm going to open it up live. I'm going to open it up live. I had to take the details off, and all these lady bears, you know, running and chasing Ted. Don't want his address on there, do you know what I mean?
You don't do that.
No.
When I joined you, it was 6,000.
Was it?
Yeah.
Wow.
I saw you at Cobra Warrior.
Yes. It was a really grey day.
And I looked on the back, it said Ted Coningsby. What the hell is that? And I googled it.
Yeah.
And the rest
You were hooked ever since.
The rest is history.
Oh man.
Right, I've got a spare sausage roll in the car.
I'm alright. I brought
some water.
I have, yeah. I'm just about to have a quick break.
Keep hydrated.
Yeah, I'm about to have a quick
So
break.
you look after all of us. We look after you.
I know, bless you. Everyone's
It's reciprocal, man.
Yeah, no, I love it. But yeah, I'll take a water if it's going.
Yeah.
I'll take a water.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I need to talk about
Oh, right.
And say if you want a real cold one, we've got ice water.
I don't mind. Gentleman's just getting me one
Yeah,
anyway.
well, you can have two then. That can melt, can't it?
It can indeed. Oh, nice one. Thank you. Oh.
I don't know much about them.
I don't know much about them.
Basically, point it
Yeah, and have
connect it
fun.
up and have fun.
Yeah,
Would you power it on? Inverter?
yeah. But other than that, you're good to go. They're really good customer service on there if you want to speak to them.
are they?
They're better than, you know, if you want to ask. They're really good actually. You know with this arm, no, not one of these bots, but they are actually very good. And if they can't answer it, you will get a human reply.
That used to be 300 quid, now they're nothing. You've got to sign up for 12 months.
Yeah, there's a lot of deals going on out there. What do you want to use it for? Going away, travelling, caravanning?
Yeah, caravanning.
So you want the roam?
Yes, I think I do.
Yeah, get the roam so that, because you can have it sort of fixed at one address, or you can have it roaming. So
is that roam?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, because I'm all over the place.
Yeah.
I could even drive with it on.
That's mad, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cool.
I needed it for Fairfield. We were camping down there. I could do with it now.
They're great. We use it to watch people more about it. Going on the internet.
See, that's the other thing. If I connect to the internet, a smart TV, I can then hook it into the Wi-Fi from
Yes,
Starlink.
yeah.
That's why I need it.
There you go.
Right.
Have a look. Thanks for that.
Nice to see you, buddy.
Yes, you too,
Keep
man.
up the good work.
Yeah.
Seriously.
See you in a bit, man. Right, so lunch. That is exceptionally loud for an engine.
Which one?
I don't know which one it is. That's like.
That's a V, I've already used this
It's almost got a dent, is it, along there? Oh, how weird! It's the angle. I'm looking at it. So there's one above it. Looks like someone's gone through it, but that's so weird. From the angle I've got, I think it's the van. Oh yes, where my mirror, where my window starts on my van, it looks like a dent that's gone right across it. That's weird. That optical illusion. That's so weird. I'm going to take a photo. It's so odd. That bit there. I know the natural pink, but the one above it, it looks like someone's gone through it. From here, it really does. I was like, what? Oh dear. Yeah, that's right.
That's a new door, that one. Julie was out somewhere. She came out and someone got.
Oh no.
Because of this, you can't find it out.
No.
It's got to be completely That's when we had the Italian job.
Yes.
The currency car.
I remember that. That reminded me of you, that C5 when it came in. Yeah, that was funny. That was like the Italian job, wasn't it? Good fun, good times. That was good. It just kept going. I was like, yeah, I was like, surely it's got to go through the clouds. They must be really high. I did as well. And that's alright.
I did look down to see if there was a black cloud just over you.
I think there was.
That's a clear bet, sure.
Yeah, she's good, man. Yeah, really good, really good. Just, yeah, I'm gonna have a 5. And then,
So Harry was.
yeah, I loved it. I'll be back again soon to do a show up there. But he's not there yet. He's not there. End of this month. And then we'll try and get something in place. It'll be hilarious, isn't it? Yeah, I will, man. Nice. Oh, right. Bit of history, bit of lunch. So I'll have a bit of lunch first. How's that? How we doing, ladies and gents? Teddy Bears just gonna have a bit of lunch, and I'll be back. See ya. Hiya, how you doing? All right?
Yeah, I'm okay, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Good.
Good, you all right?
Yeah.
You want a picture?
I do.
You do? Okay, yeah, no
Head
worries.
about.
He is about, yeah, he's here. We'll take back here. I've got backdrop.
Yeah.
You like? Yeah. There we go. No problem at all. His head's about.
I'm fairly new to it already. She's got
Oh, right, you're the fan. Okay, cool.
When it was clear sometimes, you got into it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm into it. I'm into
Nice.
This is my second time here, the first time here.
Okay.
I was younger, I didn't have to do it about it. But now I'm back again.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, that's all right. As long as you enjoy it, that's what it's all about. Having a good time, having a bit of fun. Are you? Oh, wow.
I drew one on it last night.
Up there.
I drew that.
Nice. Yes. Really? Oh, wow. Okay.
I showed you your camera was
I've learned a lot from the channel. She's taught me a lot. I've learned a lot.
Yeah.
But I won't practice. So we have time to sit and watch. See what's happening. And start. They could go to
Camden's been on that. Boeing Washington, yeah, if you carry on by that first sort of hangar building, just over there before that red brick, through that gap, you can see them all lined up. Getting back.
When she told me about Black, I was like, oh,
know, but that's, for me, that's exciting. Oh, good,
Who's coming out?
When is it? Let's get a PTO. Come on. PTO. Good to meet you and
Yeah, likewise.
say hello to you on. What's your name? Sorry. Caitlin. Nice to meet you both. All right, enjoy. See ya. Is this a PTO there, Rich?
I reckon so.
Alright, come on. He's got PTO written all over it.
The weather's perfect for it.
Oh, it's the flying can openers. 6 squadron marking.
Alright.
So you will see the tail marking there of an eagle with a can opener. Steve! Still there, mate? Yes, finally! The Typhoon canopy horn. Yes, yeah. The Typhoon has a horn, and so does the Tornado. This is going to melt quite nicely. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's what we want.
You just knew he was going to do it, or she was going to do it. Ted, it's gone, mate. It's gone. Woo! There's another one. beret down, beret down. That's cool, I got it here. It stayed on the van. It was saved by the mosquito. Nice one, Mozzie. Well, you know, it did, it blew his beret off. Oh dear. It's always good to see that. That's the power of the Typhoon. Well, there we go. That's all with those wonderful EJ200 engines. Well, I hope you enjoyed that, ladies, gents and teddy bears. The EJ200 engines on the Typhoon, a low bypass turbofan applied to the Typhoon. It was based on the XG40 Rolls-Royce technology, a demonstrator, and it was developed into this wonderful EJ200 in the 1980s, built by Eurojet Turbo GmbH, consortium made up of Rolls-Royce as well, MTU, Avio, ITP Aero. It was also used in the Bloodhound LSR supersonic land speed record attempting car, believe it or not. Got a 3-stage fan and 5-stage high pressure compressor ratio, 5-stage low aspect ratio, and I'll show you one of my drawings. It's got the reheat system as well, provides thrust augmentation as well, and the variable area final nozzle is a conversion divergent design controlled by hydraulics, so it's not pneumatic, it's not pneumatic, it doesn't make a sweep sound or anything like that. But there were upgrades to the EJ200. There was a Mark 100 and a 101. It started on the Tranche 2 aircraft, and they are developing the EJ200 as a proposal for the Tempest. They are proposing perhaps different variant for the future, and it's got a length of 398.78 centimeters or 3.98 meters, 3-stage low pressure and 5-stage high pressure, annular combustor. Turbines are 1-stage LP and 1-stage HP. That's LP for low pressure and HP for high pressure, with a max thrust of around 13,050 dry, along with of course just slightly over 20,000 in reheat mode. It compresses air 26 times, which is actually fantastic, with a very low bypass ratio of 0.4 to 1, and adding that to an airframe that's extremely light, fully loaded and fully fueled. The Typhoon is 24,000 pounds empty. Of course, it can't fly without any fuel in it. But with its total 40,000 pounds of thrust with reheat, makes it an exceptional aircraft. And we've seen its performance earlier just then, and I'll give you a little demo of it. So let's have a little look what's going on. So here's our generic engine, just so you know what we're talking about. This is what makes the aircraft move forward, called thrust. This is my generic engine, and I'll explain why. It's got the three-stage fan here, the compressor, low pressure here, just like the Typhoon's Eurojet 200. But here I've got about 13 high pressure. On the Typhoon, it'll be just 8 of these. Now what you'll notice on jet engines is that they get narrower. And this is the thing. You need air and fuel, combine those two together to combust them, bang, correct? Well, what would happen if you get so much air squeezed into it? Because you can only get so much air. You can suck in the air, but you've only got that set amount. So what I'm saying is, if you've got 2 centimeters cubed of air, that's all you're going to get. But what if you compress it? What if you squeeze it, meaning you get more air, meaning you're more economical? Compressed air is more combustible as well. So what I'm saying is, if you had 26 centimeter cubed, it'll be squashed down to just 1. Nice. So what happens here, the air is sucked in through the air intakes. Now the Typhoon's EJ200 engine sits at the last 1/5 of the whole aircraft. That's right at the back. That's 20% pretty much. So as the air meets the turbofan, it goes through the first stage of low pressure. So it's going to compress it. These are, I'll show you what they look like. Here they are. These blades, imagine, they're like propellers basically. It's like a load of propellers. Again, look at the, this is off a Blackburn Buccaneer, but look at the design. Each made the beautiful pressure to manipulate the air and guide it through. But not only do we have that, ladies, gents and teddy bears, we've also got stator vanes and stator blades. These are fixed. They sit about here. These don't move. What it's doing, it's channeling the air. This is off a Tornado, so calm down, Margot. And what it's doing, you're about to squeeze that air and compress it, making it more economical. Now, the Typhoon has a 5-stage high pressure compressor, all right? Which means this is why it gets smaller and smaller. You're squeezing that air. Like I said, think of the scuba diving oxygen tanks, all right? There's a lot of air in there, and yet it's in these tanks. The air that doesn't get compressed goes out here. This is your bypass. That's 0.4 to 1, which is very low. Once it's compressed, this air is now in the combustion chamber. This is the hottest section of the stage of the engine, all right? Inside here, you've got the spray nozzles, all right? It's an injection system, and it's injecting fuel into that compressed air. So if you think about it, if this little combustor here in this chamber, you've got to imagine you need to multiply that 26 times to get a real idea of how much air is actually in there. So this gets ignited, sparked, bang. Now this kinetic energy meets the high pressure and low pressure turbines. Now this is the clever bit. On the Typhoon, you've got 1 LP and 1 HP, all right, or HP first and LP. The high pressure turbine, these are the turbines here, this kinetic energy, this explosion that's pushed through, the gases are actually powering and turning this high pressure turbine to power the high pressure compressor, all right, because this is separate to here. Then the 1-stage low pressure is actually turning the low pressure compressor. So the HP turbine is powering the HP compressor, and the LP turbine is powering the low pressure compressor. Isn't that amazing? So it's kind of like, which came first, chicken or the egg scenario, that kind of thing. One's powering the other, and so forth. So you've got that turning around. Now, without this bit here, this is your regular jet engine. All right, it's creating thrust, dry. Now you're probably wondering, okay, we've got about 15,000 pounds of dry thrust. Where's the afterburner? What's the reheat? Have a think about the word afterburner. Have a think about the word reheat. You're reheating something. You're burning something after. So you have a separate chamber for this. Now, this is the non-economical part. You know we were compressing air here and making it more economical. Well, you haven't got that here. You've got hot gases. So here is the afterburner combustion chamber. You have spray bars spraying pure fuel into just hot gases and igniting it. You're going to have a special insulation here to cope with the heat created by an afterburner or reheat. However, for an example, if you are burning 3,000 litres per hour with the afterburner on, you are now increasing that to 9,000 litres per hour. Ouch on your bill. But anyway, if you need the power, you need the power. The Typhoon generates about an extra 30-35% extra power. Boom, see ya. And that, my friends, is a jet engine with afterburner or reheat. I hope that made sense. Have a lovely day. So other beautiful things about the Typhoon. So the Typhoon's FGR4 is Super Cruise as well, okay, which means it can go supersonic speeds without the use of the afterburner or the reheat. It's also got a self igniting system for when it has a flame out unknown to the pilot. Pilot doesn't need to know, but it will reignite on a flame out as well. Very clever system. It is an amazing engine. It really is. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Hope we're all good. And welcome to the last sort of, we'll be finishing up very shortly. We usually finish on the second wave departures, even though we've had one beautiful departure just now, which was absolutely incredible. And so ladies, gents, teddy bears, we left the kind of the history of the RAF Coningsby, and now we need to go back to 1944. In fact, to be exact, we need to go to D-Day. Now, it was the 5th of June 1944, at very late at night, on a perfect, clear, full moon. The moon shining brightly. Again, I've always mentioned this before, the moon can be your friend, but it can also be your enemy in the battlefield, because although your targets will be lit up, so will you. And on the night of the 5th into the 6th, it was 18 Lancasters of 97 Squadrons, so Oscar Foxtrot on their squadron markings of their Lancasters, took off for a mission over Normandy, and it was 97th Squadron of RAF Coningsby who was that were amongst the first ever RAF casualties of D-Day. It was Zebra flight Lancaster, so it would have had Oscar Foxtrot, Roundel, and Z for Zebra. Lancaster, flown by Wing Commander Jimmy Carter, DFC. Now, his crew were all in good spirits to fly the mission as it wasn't too deep into enemy territory. In fact, Carter even joked and said, "Thank God I'm not in OTU now." OTU, as we mentioned earlier in the stream, is a very extremely dangerous unit to be in. You are training with, new to flying. You are training with new airmen. You are training with new pilots of various ages. But once you were together, that formed your brotherhood. But we have to remember that 5,000 men were lost, at least, just in training of Bomber Command. They set off at 2:56 from Coningsby's runways. It was 18 Lancasters that took off and took part in the raid. Now, we always talk about a QRA station. We always talk about right earlier in the stream about Spitfires scrambling during if they were attacked at their airfields, and I said about grass runways that they weren't really a problem if the airfield was, well, it was a problem if the airfield was attacked, but it wasn't a problem to have there was going to be somewhere that a Spitfire can take off on a piece of grass, right? We have to remember that the Luftwaffe were doing the same thing. They were on alert as well. It was in their interest to scramble, and I've seen many amazing tactics of almost like decoy airfields in the forest, the way they would cover their aircraft and cover their hangars in that camouflage and leaves all over, those sheets of leaves that you see on movies. And I've seen some very interesting photographs of covering 190s, FW190s and 109s and things like that. Very, very amazing to do that. And across the channel, a German night fighter pilot named Hauptmann Helmut Eberspacher. Now, he was part of SKG-10 and he was sitting on alert. Now, SKG-10 was a Luftwaffe fast bomber ground attack unit, and they used the Focke-Wulf 190 G3s and G8s. It was Eberspacher himself who was the holder of the Iron Cross first and second class, and he'd just been promoted to Staffelkapitan to lead the third Staffel of the first grouper in May of that year, 1944. Now, SKG-10, they flew hit and run missions, and they were fighter bomber missions with the FW190s over southern England by day and by night. Now, due to the lack of regular night fighters in France, and in the view of increasing number of night bombing missions being flown by the RAF against French targets, from April 1944, the FW190s of SKG-10 were also employed into what's called Wilde Sauer, which means wild boar, which was a free-ranging night fighter mission against the British bombers on brighter moonlit nights. Now, it was for this purpose that Eberspacher and his crew were sitting on alert and Evru. Now, if you've never heard of the Wilde Sauer, or wild boar, and if you heard my quote, actually, let me get you a Lancaster. So I've said about the moonlit, the moon being a problem as well as your friend. Now, you've got to remember, night fighting missions, sending fighters at night. Think of the technology in even a Spitfire, even a ME-109, think of the technology they had in a fighter for nighttime. They used flares, green and yellow, to light up potentially bombers. They would try to find the flames that we discussed about not having dampers on, which would illuminate them at night. You've got to remember how dangerous it was for them. Now, Wilde Sauer is absolutely crazy, but it was effective. It would use the moon and flak, believe it or not, and it did acquaint to Luftwaffe pilots being shot by their own flak. What would happen on moonlit nights as the bomber stream would fly above the clouds? The light would shine. When the flak hit, they had to get this right, underneath the Lancasters, it would generate a silhouette, and that is what the Wilde Sauer was all about. It was using flak, moonlight, and a cloud base. Just think of that they thought of that. Always baffles me. But that's what the Wilde Sauer were. They were a different breed, and especially to go out at night and track bombers. It is unbelievable. So that's how they would do it. Use the flak underneath at a certain height, use the moon, dive down, and there you go. That is what I'm talking about as one form of
tactics that were used by the Luftwaffe, and that was the Wilde Sauer. That's a very, I mean, there's videos out there that you can watch on YouTube that are very good and descriptive. Now, Carter and another 17 Lancasters were ready, and his crew had dropped their bombs on the target. They did what they needed to do with no losses, and they turned for home, but they were found by Eberspacher. And they were spotted by FW-190s shortly after 0500. The bomber crew probably never even seen the FW-190s, never even knew what even hit them. Eberspacher spotted several Lancasters silhouetted against the moonlit clouds behind him. Now, this is in Eberspacher's territory, this sort of tactics. He dived down on Carter's Z Zebra flight and attacked the Lancaster's blind spot from underneath, avoiding engaging the bomber from any other angle, probably out of healthy respect for the RAF gunners. At 5:04, a transmission from Carter on force radio frequency acknowledging a message from Master Bomber was suddenly cut short. Cannon shells and machine gun fire from the FW-190 ripped into the underside of the Lancaster, causing immediate catastrophic damage, probably wounding and killing some of the men on board, setting the bomber on fire. It is almost impossible to imagine the adrenaline pumping terror that would have been felt by a bomber crew on receiving end-to-end sustained bursts of cannon fire from completely unforeseen foe. Now, if you've ever been in a bomber such as a B-17 or a Lancaster, you will probably get into deep thought, and like I said fear, not panic. Panic loses you focus. Fear increases your focus, and that's what these men had their only option to do, and to rely that they could hopefully get away from FW-190s, for example. And Eberspacher, he reported no return fire from the Lancaster and knew it was fatally damaged. He immediately attacked a second Lancaster and then a third, shooting down all three within minutes. The fourth Lancaster saw a glow. They expected the worst. They only knew what had come to their fellow Lancasters. One of the other pilots in his flight was Vierwerbel Eisele, and he claimed another of the RAF heavy bombers. So when they landed back at Evreux, they had claimed a total of 4 bombers. And it was in the Luftwaffe taken down a 4-motor, Veer motor they called it. It's actually acquainted to 2 aerial victories, a 4-engine bomber. They came back, and it was the first ever losses of the RAF on D-Day of the Royal Air Force. In 1944, squadrons began operating out of Coningsby. In 1944, another aircraft operated out of Coningsby. It was the much loved Mosquito, and I'll just show you the Mosquito. The wooden legend. Here we go, the Mozzie. A lot of people love this one. A beautiful, beautiful. It was a multi-role. It wasn't really classed as a bomber, and it was also in the PFF, the Pathfinder Force, which would literally lead the bombing stream. What is a Pathfinder? A Pathfinder is an aircraft that would lead the bombing stream and actually drop flares on the target. So it was for night time. They would drop flares on the targets, and then the main bomber stream, Lancaster for example, would then drop their bombs on the flares. Okay, so you had to kind of like, I suppose you kind of had to be accurate twice. One, you got to make sure you hit your target with the flares, and also you've got to make sure you were more than capable of hitting the target that lit up from the flares. So this is the de Havilland Mosquito, another Merlin legend, literally a twin-engine fighter as well, but I'd call it technically, I think it's classed as a multi-role combat aircraft. It's served in all theatres around the world, literally. The Mosquito, nicknamed the Wooden Wonder or the Mozzie. There was probably a few other, and it was predominantly made out of wood. It was the DH-98. First flight was 25th of November 1940, and it retired as late as 1963. And this was also the reason behind the furniture rationing to make the wooden legend. That is the Mosquito. I mean, isn't that amazing, isn't it? Now, the designation
for this was P1336 it was made from, which was issued. And it was made under that, but of course it was made under the same specification as the Avro Manchester and the Handley Page Halifax. It had to have, actually, was it though? Just trying to have a look. No, beg your pardon, I think it was B930. I'm going to have a look actually, leave that one. I don't think that was, I think it was a different one. I'll give that a different, ignore that bit there. I'm actually going to have a look what it was made under, specification wise. But B9, yeah, was it? I'm just trying to have a look actually for you for that. I know P1336 was the Lancaster and Halifax. I'm just trying to have a look for you. About this, I'm actually stumped. Yeah, I'm going to leave that one for now. I may need to do a bit of research what it was made under, because if you've ever had a look at the specifications of the Air Ministry, it is a long list, I'll tell you that much. But anyway, let's get back to our wooden legend. Max speed of about 415 miles per hour, free bladed as you can see, and it was the Rolls-Royce Merlin V12 on some of the earlier models. A liquid cooled piston engine rated at 1710 horsepower with a service ceiling of 37,000 feet. This was a beautiful aircraft, fully gunned up with 477 Browning machine guns and 4 20mm Hispano cannons, and it could also carry bombs, total of 4,000 pounds or 1,800 kilos. Look at them. I mean, it was beautiful. It really served well in the Far East as well, Burma and places like that. It really served well, but it found itself as well as a multi-role serving with the Pathfinder Force. So that was at Coningsby in 1944. So the next final mission that I'm going to talk about for World War II happened on the 19th of September 1944. Now 5 Group were given a mission to do, all right, and it was given to Mosquitoes. It was suitable for this raid, and it was a raid over Bremen, and Gibson was to take part in this raid. So he went to Coningsby but didn't use the Mosquito at Coningsby. In fact, he went to Woodhall Spa, the satellite station, and he used KB267. Now interestingly, this was 657 Squadron's Mosquito. Now they took off and the raid went ahead, but from various sources that I've read, it didn't really go too well as far as the raid's concerned. But what we do know, on the return flight, Gibson's aircraft was seen crashing over Steenbergen at around 22:30 after the raid. Gibson flew a total of 171 operational missions. He shot down 4 enemy aircraft during his time as a night fighter with 29 Fighter Squadron. He was only 26 when he died. Lest we forget, ladies, gents and teddy bears. 97 and 83 Squadron operated a new aircraft, the Avro Lincoln, which I need to get you, along with further Mosquito squadrons, making Coningsby their home in 1946. 109 Squadron in 1946, and also 139 Squadron as well. Now I just want to talk about a new aircraft between the Lincoln and the B-29. I just want to give you a little bit of what I quickly learned this morning before I set off. In 1950, Coningsby had another aircraft called the Boeing Washington. Now, these are B-29s that were loaned to the Royal Air Force, and I'll explain just a little bit about what I know. Now, these flew with 15 Squadron, who went on to fly the very first jet aircraft, the English Electric Canberra. Now, look at these two. These are, I mean, look at the size of them. Now, I need to show you the Avro Lincoln. This is a Boeing Washington, which is a B-29. They called it the Boeing Washington because it was designated to the Royal Air Force. It's massive. This was the legendary B-29. I'm just going to explain a little bit about what I know about the Avro Lincoln. Now, to put it into cost, the Avro Lincoln cost 1/5 as opposed to the B-29. The B-29, the Avro Lincoln in my eyes kind of come out too late. A bit like the Gloucester Gladiator, I think. I reckon. Now, don't forget, this is just 15 minutes of me just quickly having a look at the Lincoln.
The Lincoln was the modified Lancaster. In fact, they were going to call it the Lancaster Mark IV and the Mark V. Don't forget, they were modifying these. We spoke about Operation Ruby at Marham. What they were trying to do, they were modifying. I've actually got a modified Lancaster as well that can actually take the Grand Slam, which is 22,000 pounder. To get that in there, you need to take the top turret out. You need to do some weight reduction. In fact, when you stuck a 22,000 pounder, it wasn't very maneuverable. You got to remember, not thrust to weight, but power to weight on this one. So what Chadwick and his crew did, they increased the wingspan by 18 feet. They increased the length and did a few other modifications. And the purpose for the Lincoln and these modifications were to go to the Tiger Force, the Far East, but the B-29s took care of that. And then we had victory in Japan. Oi, oi, how you doing? So it kind of come out a bit too late because the US Army Air Forces had this. I mean, hello. This cost 5 times more than this, or at least the Lincoln, sorry. So the Lincoln kind of come out a bit too late. But then we had the Cold War and it was up against some MiGs. There is a story with that. That's all I've quickly learnt, but this is what we had in the Royal Air Force. They were loaned, how many did we have? 82? About 87 of them? So the US Army Air Forces loaned the Royal Air Force about 87 Boeing Washingtons, which are B-29s. They are massive, huge, and it was purposely built basically to carry a lot of weight. Just to give you an idea. Woo! That's got a little bit of a smell, that one, isn't it, eh? Woo, woo, woo. So there's our, this is in 115 Squadron markings, which was based at RAF Marham. So yeah, the RAF took out these instead of having the developing onto the Lincoln, which was a bit of a shame. Similar situation to the Gloucester Gladiator in my eyes. It come out a bit too late because by the time the Gloucester Gladiator come out, you had Hurricanes, Spitfires, you had all sorts out there. So the B-29, or the Boeing Washington, could carry 11, a crew of 11. It had a length of 99 feet, a wingspan of 141 feet. Now the Lancaster's 102, the Lincoln was 120, this 141 feet. There goes the hangar myth out the window again. There we go. It was powered by 4 Wright R3350 23 duplex Cyclone engines, which are 18-cylinder air-cooled beauties. These were turbo supercharged radial piston engines, 2,200 horsepower, 4-bladed as well. They were, what, 16 feet, 7 inches, 5 meters in diameter, those propellers. That's enough in its own aircraft, that is. Max speed 357 miles per hour, cruise speed 220, and a service ceiling of 31,850. The Lincoln could also have a service ceiling of around that, probably about 31,000 feet, but the range of the Lincoln was good as well, and the range of this at 3,250 miles. This weighs a ton. It had 10 50-inch Browning M2s, 2 50 BMGs, 20mm M2 guns, and it could take all sorts of bombs. It really could. Well, we know what it can. It could take one 44,600 pound T12 Cloudmaker. Ouch! It. I mean, wow. Yeah, it's a good one. You don't want to. Yeah, I mean, hang on. I think I do believe there's I'm pretty sure there's one flying, isn't there? There's at least one airworthy B-29, right? I'm pretty sure there's one flying. Anyway, so 1953, Coningsby saw a new era of aircraft. It was the English Electric Canberra, Squadrons 9, 12, 5 and 249 squadrons. And then something extraordinary happened here. Of course, Cold War going on. it's time for the V-Force. There was an influx in its numbers with 9 operational squadrons during the course of the Vulcan Force. And between 1962 and 64, we had B2s here. Well, not those B2s, but Vulcan B2s. That's right, they were here only for 2 years before they left in 64 for Cottesmore. Now, the Canberra was carefully replaced, shall we say. And they chose something quite unique for Coningsby. Coningsby was going to be home to the TSR-2, a sore subject, didn't go ahead. The next situation is that the RAF ordered in 1967, they ordered a total of 50 F-111K. We were going to have aardvarks here, F-111, and I think 2 were made, and it got cancelled, and in the end it was the FGR2 Phantoms. I may have said F4 earlier in the stream, but we called them FGR2s, right? Is that right? They called them FGR2 Phantoms. But they began to operate at Coningsby, and it was number 6 Squadron from in 1969 that arrived here as the first Phantom, the flying tin openers, as we explained. 228 were the OCU, 41 fighter, 29 fighter, 23 fighter, and 56 fighter came here. A lot of them went to RAF. At the time, it was RAF Wattisham. RAF Wattisham became a QRF station, or QRA station, sorry. Also, QRF was at Leeming. We also had Lucas as a quick reaction alert station as well. And we'll talk about Lossy when we get there next. When are we going to Lossy? Next month? Damn. So yeah, and then in 1976, we welcome back the BBMF. Well, not welcome back here, but to Lincolnshire. 1976. The BBMF arrived here and have been here since 1976. Jaguars also started to arrive, and also Jaguars and Harriers with 41 fighter, and Tornado F3s arrived in 1984 as well. And we had various different type Tornado variants here. Now, here's the thing. When you bring out a new aircraft, what does it mean? Unfortunately, it's time to say goodbye to another. Because in 2003, all the way at BAE Wharton Aerodrome, there was a couple of squadrons operating the Typhoon. It was 17R Squadron and also 29 Reserve Squadron at that time. We dropped the R later. On the 19th of May 2005, number 17 Squadron arrived with this, hence the marking on here as 17 Squadron. Now 17 Squadron brought the Typhoon with them, along with another squadron who came with them, number 29 Squadron, who became the operational conversion unit on the Typhoon. Now I believe, just trying to think, we had T3s and F2. I think they were designated as FGR2 or F2 at the time, and then they changed it. Can't remember when they designated the role to an FGR4. For those wondering what all these letters mean, FGR4, fighter, ground attack, reconnaissance. That's the role of the aircraft. Then 3 fighter and 11 fighter squadron also arrived on that year, and then eventually through the years, 41 test and evaluation squadron, who were reserve at the time, but they became and stood up as a test and evaluation squadron. And as late as 2020, number 12 Squadron became the joint Qatari Emirai Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron in 2018, but arrived here in 2020. There we go. RAF Coningsby, part 2 complete. The history. Hope you enjoyed it. Ride. Well, hope you got all that. Time for your test. Right, in what year? There we go. Yeah. Oi, oi! Oi, oi. I hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope we're all good and well. I think now's a good time to get the old silver play button, and tell the story. I think that's quite. Don't think we got any departures just yet, although they'll probably time it. Right then. Alright, let's have a look at it, Vic. What's actually going to go over? That's a good idea. Right, ladies, gents, teddy bears, it's time to do this live. Right, here we go. Don't know if anyone's ever seen these before, but right. Let's put the button. Let's record it. Should we record it? Can't record it. I'll record it. Get a little bit of footage in it. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Right, listen up, listen up, listen up. We've got something. I was going to do this. I was going to actually end the stream and do another stream at the other end, just to tell a story that happened very early in 2021. Now, something extraordinary happened in my life, and I think everyone could quite rightly say, from all backgrounds, were affected in some way in 2019 into 2020 with an ice cream van. Anyway, so live is live. We know that. So for all those that know the story about me filling an entire bridge with teddy bears to cheer the world up during COVID, would know that's how I came across Ted. And I found him in a bag full of teddy bears. There were so many teddy bears, and the plan was to cheer the planet up. And the ethos continues today, all right? But I had no idea that this would happen 4 years later. So, in the bag of all these teddy bears, I filled up an entire bridge during 2020 COVID. And don't forget, I was a wedding photographer, but on hold due to COVID, along with other works that were stuck during that time. We couldn't do weddings anymore. But in the bag of teddy bears, where are you? Without a beret, was this little guy. And I thought, hang on a minute, he ain't going on no bridge. So I kept him, and he became a car mascot. So Ted was relegated, bless him, or at least saved, to a car mascot. Anyway, the bridge was funny, everyone was wondering what was going on, and people were adding to it. The next year in 2021, weddings were allowed, but they were under strict rules. You could do weddings, but you can only have 30 and blah, blah, blah. All right, there were still strict rules. However, when weddings were allowed with those rules, my first gig after that was at Woodhall Spa at the Petwood of all places. Now, not really knowing what was here, because when I first saw these triangle things, I thought they were Typhoons. Now, I'm going to be honest with you here. The first time I came across Coningsby was in 2020 at the bomb dump, because I was looking for backdrops for photo shoots. And I heard these things. It was the first time I've been to Coningsby. I didn't know it was an active base. These things were flying and I thought, oh, it's an air show. Triangle things, it must be Mirage. They're not Mirages, as we know. Anyway, 2021, heading to Petwood, and I'm going along, I think it was March time, heading to Woodhall Spa, using that road down there, which is what, Langrick Road? I'm going along, the lights come on, which I'm familiar with, means stop, there's an aircraft coming. I don't know what come over me. As I stopped at the lights, for those that know there's a lay-by. You can fit a few cars there. And I thought, shall I? Shall I do a video of a Typhoon coming into land? So I parked it on the lay-by, lights were flashing, and guess what I did? I did something that would change everything and my life. And do you know what I did? I reached out, got this little guy. I did this. I made a video of Ted watching the Typhoon with my mobile phone. It's an iPhone, so it's not the same one. And the lorry, I'll never forget the lorry driver that kindly stopped and looked at me and thought, what is this guy doing? Anyway, I posted this video, which is on Facebook and of course our channel. You'll have to go all the way back to our first video and you can see me with Ted doing that. I posted it on Facebook and everyone liked it. And then I thought, oh, maybe I could do Adventures of Ted. So we weren't a military aviation YouTube channel then. I didn't even have a YouTube channel then. But I was doing little videos of Ted at a pub, Ted at a red phone box, Ted at a waterfall. And then I heard about Coningsby. They had something called a Typhoon Display Pilot. What's that? So I went to Reedham Lane. And do you know what I did? I got Ted and did the entire video of the Typhoon display. Now, the Typhoon must have been a little tiny triangle and Ted must have been filling the screen about that much. And he watched the whole Typhoon display. That's what the video was, and you can find it in our archives all the way down 4 years ago. So Ted's looking at this 8-minute Typhoon display. I posted that on Facebook, and would you believe I had a message from the Typhoon 2021 Typhoon display pilot, Sainty, and he said those words, when could Ted get his medical by? And I was like, I know the name, is this a wind-up? And no, it wasn't a wind-up. Ted flew in the very first flight, the maiden flight of Blackjack. I had no idea about this. And we were going to Glastonbury that day. And this is what I'm talking about. This is what's happening. And Ted flew in the first flight, and I actually had this idea of like, will a YouTube channel work with a teddy bear going around military bases? Will it work? Well, ladies, gents and teddy bears, I'm about to open this because 100,000 subscribers later, I got this arrived the other day. Let's open it. I've taken off Ted's address there. This could go wrong. Oh God. Oh, we've got a letter here. I'll show you the letter. And it says, do you remember the first subscriber? Your 100th or your 1000th subscriber? Chances are that you do. And we know that you'll definitely remember your 100,000th subscriber. Was that you? Your fans may have found you while searching YouTube, learned about you through a friend, or maybe you showed up as a recommended video. No matter how they came to your channel, your audience stayed and their numbers increased because of you and the community that you've built. We're proud to honour your impressive milestone of reaching 100,000 subscribers with the Silver Creator Award. Congratulations. We know that you have many more stories to share with your community, and we know that your fans can't wait for for you to amaze them even more with your commitment and creativity. So keep creating, keep building. We can't wait to see what you'll do next. And we're here to support you along the way. And who knows, when you reach your millionth subscriber, we may just write to you and ask, do you remember your 100,000th subscriber? Wow! I'm going to show you the YouTube button, which is still wrapped up. And here it is. Oh wow, look at this. I don't know if you can see that very well because of the light, but what I'll do is I'll turn it round so you can have a quick look at it. I'll try not to drop it. I'll keep that little bit of protector on it, and there it is. And that's all down to you for supporting me. That is a massive, massive achievement. 100,000 YouTube subscribers, and thanks to all of you that have supported the channel thick and thin, through rain, sleet, rain that you can pick up, storms. It's just amazing. We've built this community and we've done it. In fact, we're on 109k. So, you know, I kept going. I kept going and going. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. And there's been a few inspirations and challenges along the way. It was never easy, you know. I'll never forget posting a video. We've all been there. You posted something on social media and negativity was on there. I didn't want negativity on there. I didn't know what runway numbers meant. I didn't know that a Typhoon was a Typhoon. I thought it was a Mirage. But you learn and you go. I thought the red arrow's just getting a... Oh, yeah, thanks, man. Thank you. I didn't know that there were all these things that you can do. But I did it the right way. I stuck doing it the right way. I didn't want a channel where someone could ask something and get really rude comments. I didn't want a video of a low approach to get really bad negativity. That's not what the channel's about. You know, it wasn't, you know, I've always said this in a mental health way. I've always said this. Be good with your words. There's no reason to have negativity. If that's the sort of person that you are, don't say anything. It's a lot better. Because I know for a fact I've been doing my videos and yeah, I can hear people laughing. And do you know what? Some of the people that were laughing at me have actually said, sorry, I didn't realise what your channel's about, and they're big fans of the show. If that was you, no worries. The channel's about positivity and having a good time. We created a massive thing. We've done a lot of things, and Claire Bear, who supported me along the way, my family as well, my parents who have helped me buy kit as well. Claire Bear had just been driven around the country, my parents as well. And then I remember doing a test live stream down here when we didn't, I think we had about 1,000 subscribers. So, and then I realized we needed a moderators. So thank you to the Spanner Flight for sort of, you know, projecting the way I want the channel. It's not easy. It's not easy. Not easy to be in a Spanner Flight. It's absolutely not easy to try to create something very difficult. How do you get a military aviation channel without the politics? That's hard. That's hard, trust me. Without the politics, without your political views. May have a few Arsenal fans. Stevie Bold, hey! And then there's everyone here wearing our merch. There's friends that come. There's Chris there, there's Rich here, there's Mr. Chorley over there. You know, we got Anne Bergervan, we've got loads of people that have come up for photos. Sorry if I missed. Jim Bob, where's Jim Bob? Jim Bob somewhere. Anne with the crazy duck lady. Caitlin, that I happen to know her aunt. It's just amazing, and the people that we've met along the way. So a big thank you to all of you and who have supported the channel as members. You've helped so much to put in. I've always said this, if you support the channel, I'm going to just put it straight in the channel and we'll get something out. The van isn't cheap to run, you know, fuel isn't cheap. You gotta have insurance, you gotta have public liability, you need tyres, you need an MOT, you need servicing, you need all this kind of stuff. You need kit because it falls off the van sometimes. Yeah, you know. And then Crashgate 2, when I forgot to take the lead off and pulled the whole thing. Bang, boom, £600 later to repair a camera. You know, it's been fun. It's been amazing. It's been absolutely amazing. And there's a big shout out to all of you. So if you've been a fan, Thank you so much. Yeah, time for a Calippo, which will blow up. Hey! There we go. I need that. Thanks for the burger, Pete. Yeah. Cheers, man. Someone's put oil feet. I'm an Arsenal fan. Just finally, just a quick one. Just want to say a big shout out. Actually, I'll do it on the screen because this is really important. And do you know what? I had it in my mind that I can't forget them. I really need. This is sorry. Apologies. I've totally forgot, and but I didn't because I pulled it back. Also, just a quick one. I'll edit this bit out, so you know. Just want to thank the RAF Police, the Special Forces, LE, OSI for their support as well, because I wouldn't be able to do this without them. So a big shout out to all of you. We've always tried to do it. In fact, not tried. We've always done it the right way. We've always made contact. And here's a Foon. Yes. Waiting for that completes the good time, and there we go. Beautiful. See, I knew I had to keep going a little bit there. And all the airmen that we've met as well. Big shout out to all of you. Sainty for being the godfather of the channel, and all the wonderful pilots who have, you know, military and non-military, all the pilots that have taken on all the crew that have bonded with Ted and helped out and arranged to get Ted a little flight here and there. All those that have organised and, you know, gone with it. A big thank you to them as well. All the Royal Air Force and the United States Air Force alike, and of course all our civilian crews related to aviation as well. A big shout out to them as well. All the wonderful personnel that I've met along the way. It's just been magic, and to all of you as well, thank you for making my house a heritage centre pretty much. It's pretty much like a museum.
There you go.
Big shout out to the regiment as well. Oi, oi. ATC, ground crew, AWCU as well. Oi. Big shout out to the pilots, lineys, techies, fairies, hedgehog crew, ATC, cadets, air cadets, Eurofighter, Leonardo, BA Systems. Everyone. Guard room, oi, oi. Just absolutely every single role I can think of. Sparkies, mechanics. I don't think there are Sparkies, are they in the what are they called? Tools. Dean in the tools. Oi, oi. How important is that? Every role is important. The chefs, catering, engineering, armourers, fighter generation squadron. Even the ice cream van there making a racket.
So we'll just catch a few more departures before we finish up. I won't forget to mention the tea. Here we go, some startups. Yes, Katie, it will be coming. I'll bring the play button there, yeah. them together. Yeah, nice. So they do them in car. Pretty cool to do them in Right, ladies, gents, teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. So we just catch our last few departures before we depart ourselves. It's been absolutely brilliant having you all on here on the show. Not a piece of tornado. Oh man, shame on me. Poor tornado, who's that? So, Typhoon's just starting up. Now, the Typhoon
vents fuel sometimes. This is normal, so don't panic if you see fuel venting from the top of the tail. This is absolutely normal if they've completely filled it up beautifully. In the event of an airlock or depressurized, or even on negative G, when you see a Typhoon display pulling negative G, you will see fuel being vented out of the tail from here. From there, it will vent fuel. So on negative Gs, you'll see the Typhoon venting fuel, because of course, being inverted is going to cause a few problems. And just like the Spitfire found out, because of its float in the carbureting system, in the fuel tank, it would starve the carburetor it couldn't do a negative G dive, and sometimes on a negative G roll it would actually starve the carburetor of fuel. So the Typhoon can only stay inverted with full reheat for about 10 seconds, otherwise you may end up emptying one of your fuel tanks. But it vents out fuel to stop a airlock inside the fuel tank. Bless you. Which would then starve the engine of fuel. You can see these on civilian aircraft as well. Civilian aircraft can also vent fuel out as well on takeoff. It's just an imbalance there. The air just been pushed out because fuel inside there can expand due to the pressures.
done, so I got to go and pick him up.
Is he done, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Find out how he did.
Well, all the best.
Cheers, buddy.
Hope it's all good. See ya. Mate, see you in a bit, yeah, all the best. Let us know, man.
Take care.
Cheers, buddy. Oh, nice. Also, something that we don't talk about much on the stream, although I have mentioned it one or two times, is the importance of the G-suit for the Typhoon pilot. See you later, man, all the best. In the it's a very clever, specially designed as well by Servitech, by the way, which is called a PFE pilot flight equipment, designed for the pilots. It can tense up naturally for G-forces up to 9. It can it's fire resistant, exposure to fire and extreme heat. Can work in -40 to -49 and normal operation. The sustained G-force can also accommodate along with the lines of chemical biological agents, and also in the immersion in cold water. And the way it works, it actually tenses up as well when the pilot's exposed to G's up to 9G, which means you now weigh 9 times more than you do. Everything is 9 times the force of gravity, which a pilot will tell you it's impossible to put your hand on the throttle if it's not there, or touch the controls on 9Gs. And when you watch some in-flight footage of pilots in display mode in the cockpit, you can tell they're pulling negative Gs because the tassels or the toggles, they start pointing upwards.
go, ladies, gents and teddy bears. A pair's departure. Or shall we say a bear's departure? Oh dear, absolutely brilliant. Well, that is a beauty. Got another start up as well. Maybe we're not going just yet then. Take care, see you later. Bye, mate. Someone watch on High Five, Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Ginger Bailey, thanks for the super chat, lovely. Border Raider, High Five, Paul Pump, Guards March, thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships, thank you so much. Fred Burnals, thank you for being a member for 30 months, congratulations into the next 30. Chris White, High Five, Paul Pump, thanks for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Living the dream, Mark Joyce. Quick check-in on TCS. It's so busy at work. It's a real hot one out there today. Stay hydrated, everyone, and stay safe. High fives or yeah. Keep living the dream, innit? We Stevie Boy, Guards March. Oh wow, thank you. High five, paw pump, and a salute for We Stevie Boy for their superb super chat. Don't forget to mention the T, Nikos, it keeps you going. Congrats, sir. You deserve this. Thank you very much. Guards March for We Stevie Boy. Scorcher, who's celebrating 2 years of membership with the Ted Coningsby channel. Guards March, congratulations. Keep up the great work. Living the dream. Thanks for the super sticker. Ginger Bailey, thank you. Thanks, Nikos, for your dedication and commitment. The channel always gives us a lift, even if we're having a day off. A thumbs up to the spanners as well. Thank you very much. Border Raider, thank you very much. You've put congrats on 100,000 subs. Thank you very much. Guards March. Also Guards March to Zero Soul 76. Congrats, Nikos, on the silver play button. Thanks for the joy you bring to me and so many others. Thank you. Jay Bolton as well. Insane. Superb as usual, Ted and crew. 555 Triple Nick, congratulations, my friend, on such a well-deserved award. You've been here through many. Through many storms for us all, and that's why this is the best channel and family on YouTube. Here's to the next milestone. Guards March, thank you. YT72, member for 29 months. What a day to send this. Oi oi to the Point Charlie crew. Oh yeah. Cheers, Ted, for everything we do. Oh yeah. Gary, high five. Thanks for gifting the Ted Coningsby membership. And Anonymous, he's put Tornado, anyone. Thanks for the super. Yeah, so with the how we doing, ladies, gents, and best? Yes, so Servotech, the G suits, really clever G suit. It can take chemical, biological elements to it, heat resistant as well, operating -40 to 14 plus 49 plus Celsius on a normal operation, heat resistant, and it's got a horseshoe here as well with it, which inflates when the pilot is exposed to high G's such as plus 9G. It tenses to keep that so that the blood is able to circulate as well when it decompresses as well. And but negative G, that's probably your most nastiest. But for those that don't understand what all this means with G, well, we're all unless you're on a plane, we're all experiencing 1G right now. That's the Earth's gravitational pull, gravitational force. So 2G maneuver, you are now twice the weight you are, because you are only the weight of the force of gravity. Everyone's weight is judged by the force of gravity, let's say, right? So
when we go into the physics, but you know what I mean. So 9G means it's 9 times the force of gravity, which means that you weigh 9 times more than you do. Very flattering. And but minus G, when the pilot is pulling negative G, that means now the weight is to the head, so all the blood goes to the head. There's nothing you can do about it. So the pilot has to kind of just deal with it and cope with it. They do have certain exercises. High blood pressure is actually better for you if you're a pilot when it comes to G tolerance. And when it comes to aerial combat, it is literally 2 things. One is that whoever loses sight loses the fight, and usually in aerial combat it's the pilot with the most G tolerance. So we're going to finish up. I might stay for this one then. Go on then. Stay for one more. See you, man. Thank you. Okay. Huh? No, I'm alright. Yeah, it's a bit warm. Okay, so our last departures of the day for us. Here we go. I think. We've said that for the last 15, mind you, it's only been 15 minutes I've said that. Ocean Typhoon. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Margot, Bulbasaur, Alan, Davey, Simon, Perry, Alan Gates, Mark Moody. Thank you, all of you, for tuning in. Free Stevie Boy, Ginger Bailey. So many on there. Just doing that from memory. I know you're there watching. Here we go. Another pairs departure. Here we go. Rack 'em. Departure of 29 OCU. Absolutely magnificent. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, it's been an absolute pleasure. Really has been a pleasure and an honour to have you here and to share the Silver Creator play button from YouTube. It's been exceptional. Thank you all so much. Lots of lovely words of kindness, positivity, to let us know how much you're enjoying the show. Another superb day here at Coningsby. Thank you very much, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll see you tomorrow. So as we do, ladies, gents, teddy bears, just really quickly to all the crew at RAF Coningsby, thank you very much for looking after UK airspace. Thank you so much, because it is a QRA station. In fact, probably the first time I've mentioned that today. But ladies, gents, teddy bears, we must thank and be proud of our Royal Air Force, because we should be. Because doing what they did, even from World War I, they're still doing it today. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby, aka Ted HQ. So, for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well, see ya! Ted, come on, mate. I know you don't. Actually, you haven't got far to go. You've only got across the road to go. Be careful when you cross the road, yeah? See you, mate. Ted, I got salmon. Ah, just kidding. I'm not kidding. It's in the van. Oh, for me it is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah! Ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah! Take it away, Ted. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. you can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Aw, yeah.
Golf India, Brian 31, right into 814. Well,